already gone past my expected arrival time. Per many one from the two of Hubert Haupt in number 2 or Martin Ragginger in number 4, who will both be coming in. Although looking down into that part of the pit lane that I can see at this end, there doesn't seem to be a very high state of readiness for them. So going late into the night and going long for those cars. Both of them have already been driving for more than an hour.
John Isafidis has just stopped at turn number 1, but got the number 41 Porsche back underway. Might have seen that on the streaming video that we've got on www.24hseries.com. Eric Behrens, well done to him in the 1.55, pushing hard in second place in the SP3 category. Just put that car as fast as slap the race in. What, 2:15.719? So no problem with the performance of the Perfection Racing Europe machine.
It's just an illustration, isn't it, John, of the effort that the guys out there, the drivers, are putting in when, you know, they've been driving for 15 hours and more, and they can still motivate themselves to push the car faster than it's gone all that time. I mean, you're talking about doing it in the lawnmower, but, you know, the effort
on
that's
the
required.
lawnmower, actually.
Oh, I suppose it is really.
Very much of the Bentley boy era. Yes, it's kind of on the lawn bug. Sorry, say Bruce.
Just to say, the next Black Falcon pit stop will be for car number 1, because Andreas Simonsen is racing, and it's Khaled Al Kubaisi, who's in about, I think, 12th place. I came up here because I wasn't sure if it'll be at this end of the pit lane for the number two car, or the other end of the pit lane where I just was for Martin Ragginger, but I came up Mercedes end. So let's see how it goes. Khaled Al Kubaisi will be coming in number 1, the car that was leading the race, and comfortably early on until those electrical problems in the early hours of this morning.
Indeed, and Khaled's had a character-building race himself, because having done his first stint at the wheel of the number 1, he then did a double stint in number 2, and now he's just put in an hour and a half's driving, or at least he will have done by the time he gets into the pits, an hour and a half's driving at the wheel of the number 1 again. Here he is coming down the pit lane now.
Perfect timing.
Following the Valkenhorst BMW Z4 into the pits as well, which is the number 27 car. Daniele Schmidt at the wheel of that car, 7th overall.
As the 66th attempt tool racing Porsche gets its fuel, and if you're watching the onboard, you can see that is a very, very standard looking pistol grip that is going. Don't put the diesel in. Do not put the diesel in there. I suppose that's a danger at this time of the evening. You get tired there. This time of the morning, should I say, 5:15. Hello there, if you are just joining us. Powered by the Twitter account of Nissan Motorsport, at Nissan_on-track. First place in the Twitter sphere for all things motorsport Nissan around the world. John Hindhaugh and Paul Trustwell with Bruce Jones in the Powered by Nissan pit lane. Time for that breakfast coffee, and perhaps a nice some breakfast goods. Cafe Nero can sort you out here at the circuit. Listening on 87.6 FM or on the PA system. Then head down and see Terence and the rest of his team on the hospitality level of the pit building, just one level up from paddock. It's about half to 2/3 of the way down towards pit out. Can't miss it. Double doors, lots of room to sit down, and the balcony, and a very nice display of modern art in there as well, actually. So Cafe Nero for a good, strong cup of joe this morning. And Khaled Al Kubaisi is in, through, and into the fuel stop.
Yes, did we hear from Bruce whether there was a driver change or not?
I don't think we did, actually.
No.
I think Bruce was...
I think he was headed Martin Ragginger Woods, wasn't he?
No, Simonsen in number 1.
Thank you.
Andreas Simonsen. In fact, he did tell us that he was going to
he was standing
get into
there,
it. Yes, standing by. So Andreas Simonsen then taking over at the wheel of the troubled number 1, but it can't be long before he gets into the top 10. Before he came in, he was 11th, and at that time was 2 minutes behind being in the top 10. I suggested he'd be in the top 10 by daybreak. Well, still got another couple of hours until that.
Doable. Mark Griffin's been turning in some great times, although last time around it was a 2:05.1 for the Irishman in the number 30 Ram Racing car that had its travails overnight, leading the race with Johnny Molan, and are coming together with the number 17 Aston Martin now at the moment, driven by Jean-Marc Merlin. A kerfuffle surrounding a slower car that had the Aston moving offline, damage to the front end of the Ram Racing Ferrari. Holder radiator dropped a lot of laps. 2:45 against 3:74 now to the leader. But Matt fighting back. Paul Della Lana similarly having a go as well, has just got past Alexei Vermelenko and claims 18th spot in the 76 BMW Z4. That car with all kinds of suspension problems after being used as a pinball out on the circuit.
There's a Porsche coming down the pit lane at the moment, but it is the leader, car number 4, Martin Ragginger, then in the pit lane, and he's got a penalty to take. That must have been, yes, that was due, wasn't it? So long ago since we had that purple. I wonder if that was the purple that we thought he was right on the edge of. But,
yeah.
He does have a penalty to take, so the number 4 Martin Ragginger car being held at the entrance to the pit lane. We'll keep a stopwatch running on that. 30 seconds was the stop. And he is now trundling down the pit lane to see Bruce Jones. And Bruce will tell us that.
Yeah, he's about 2 garage lengths away. He's come off the pit lane onto the pit apron, pulling to a halt just short of his board. And Connor De Filippi, the American driver, young American driver who's impressed so much, hops aboard. His head's just pushed down like people being put into the back of a police car. You know, hand on helmet, guide you down. And so, yeah, a good run from the leading FAC Autotech Porsche. They've also still got number 3 in the race, but this very much has been their main car all weekend as that driver lineup of Otterclose, Martin Ragginger, Sebastian Ash, son of Roland and Connor De Filippi, come on. The engine is firing properly. Let's see, will he go down for a spot of refueling? I think he probably will, and yes, he turns right into the bit that we lose sight of. They go off to the right and they go to effectively like a large country petrol station. It's very weird, but it works for everyone. And their big guess, of course, is at times when they can't tell how many other cars are down there queuing for fuel.
35 laps on the stint for Ragginger, and Hubert Haupt coming in with the Mercedes as Ragginger goes off to the fuel station. And Hubert Haupt still in 5th place. He got to within 25 seconds of the Corvette in the hands of Wolf Nathan before he made that stop, but that's going to drop him back again. And the Mercedes then still having a character-building race in the hands of... we need to find out who's getting into the number 2 car. Probably it's Adam Christodoulou's turn to be back into the number 2.
I have a question, Mr.
I was up there. So Christodoulou on board and lights out. They go around the corner for refueling in the number 2 Mercedes.
Question, Mr. Truswell. Has the number 20 Porsche led the race yet?
I think it has. Let me just switch to that screen. Yes, it's
Stadler Motorsport car.
Yes, it has, but only for one solitary lap.
Right.
It was lap 38, if you want to go back to the lap chart to check.
Wow.
And he was the 4th leader of the race. That was the only lap that it did lead for, but I can see where you're coming from, because when Martin Ragginger is in the pits, so the number 20 car does close up on it, But
the 38 car has not led the race.
correction, the 38 car has led the race as well.
Right. Wow.
And that car, 38 being the allinklemotorsport.com car, led the race on 2 separate occasions. Wait a minute. Led the race on 2 separate occasions, yes. For 14 laps on one occasion, 3 laps on another occasion. So we've had the Martin Ragginger car in the lead since lap 316. So he's been in the lead for some 59 laps now. As Christian Engelhardt in the number 20 is now on the lead lap, and Connor De Phillippi leaves the refueling area and sets off on his 376th lap as Christian Engelhardt is turning through turn 7 at the moment on his 376th lap. So,
and Connor has just got back out onto the track.
Yeah,
he has not relinquished the lead then. No, yes, he has.
Yes, he has.
Engelhardt's gone through.
Engelhardt having gone through. So when they get to the end of that lap, the number 20 Porsche...
It's close.
will lead for another lap. Now, let's have a look. How long will number 20 be before it comes into the pits? Because it can't be that far away.
He's been out there for an hour and 10 minutes on this stint.
Pit stop. Both it and the number 4 had disc or brake work done on their previous pit stop, but from what we made out from the reports, the number 20, the Stadler Motorsport Porsche, was given only a pad change, whereas the Fach Autotech Porsche number 4 had a full pad and disc change.
There's Engelhardt coming up towards turn 15 now. You can spot him a mile off because he's got the light bar right across the top of the windscreen, and comes down through to turn 16 and underneath us, and he will be scored in the lead of the race. Will he? Yes, he will, as Connor De Phillippi is still to arrive at turn 16. Here he comes now, braking just before the 100-metre marker, getting the car settled, turning in right-handed, and completes his 376th lap.
I would say, John, that...
About... he was further back than I thought he was. Oh, he's gone through. 25 seconds.
I would say, John, that the Stadler car, the number 20, the leader, has fuel aboard for no more than 3 laps. So expect him into the pits very soon indeed for that equivalent pit stop. But, of course, what delayed the number 4 car more than anything was the fact that it had to take that compensation stop. That was the kind of extra bit that delayed it.
Well, there's been a few you can say that about. Remember, the 38 had a very long stop as well.
Yeah. The stop for the Fach Autotech Porsche, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. And so we'll see what Stadler Motorsport are able to do. Could have a double Swiss here, John, because both those Porsches...
a mushroom double Swiss. Oh, that's food again.
Officially entered by Swiss entrants. Both Stadler and Fach Autotech are Swiss. I think Stadler perhaps more associated with Switzerland than Fach Autotech, but a slow car coming around and up towards the entrance to the pit lane. In fact, I think there might be 2 slow cars.
Well, one of them is one of the... Oh, no, I was going to say one of the BMW one.
Yeah, no, there's only the one.
Yeah.
But it is going to make it back to the pits.
Bright red. It is the triple number. It is the 137. which is heading back through.
137 is the VDS entered.
Yeah.
Honda Civic.
Oh, that's a Civic, is it? Right, sorry. I thought that was a BMW 120, my apologies. He was well offline, in fairness. He kept well out of the way as he came in the pit lane. The 57 Honda is running again and has been for a wee while. Had a couple of people asking about that one, the lap 57 car. Lost a lot of time in the pits as well. And class leader of the pits is the SP3 Ginetta of the Nero team, the Italian team. Roberto Gentili brought that car in, not in any danger of losing its lead. Has something in the region of 9 laps on Eric Perkins in the 155 in second. Spin for car 64 in the braking area at turn 7 and has recovered. Morning, James.
Good morning, John.
Still a little while before we're going to get sun up here, and a bit of daylight on the track. Still busy out there. When you have to look, there is the 41 car that spun as well. Now, where is that out on the circuit? Well, the car's going past the right way. 30th position for that car. So that's John Isafidis. That's the second spin he's had in his stint. That's at it's at 8. Turn number 8 onto the back straight. He spun at turn 1 earlier on in his stint, but he's managed to get the big flat 6 fired up and heads down the back straight. No harm, no foul. Adam Christodoulou underway in 6th position in the number 2 Mercedes-Benz. 5 minutes into his stint, he's impressed me as well. Number of these young drivers really making a mark from this. This is a tough old race, you know, and it's I think it's a better training ground than people might give it credit for, because what we've effectively got here is a multi-class GT race, and the speed differentials, for me, a perfect training ground for Le Mans. As the Corvette heads down towards fuel. This is the 21 car out of 4th position now.
33 car with a flat left or some sort of derangement to the suspension. I can't tell if it's just the tires come off the rim or if the rim is actually flopping around a little bit. But
coming into 14 now.
Yep.
With his 4-way flashes on, should appear in the merest hint of time. There he is.
Yeah, it's just a flat left rear tire for the 33 car.
Stays well out of the way of everybody. That's marvellous driving.
3rd place in the 997 category.
I think your first instinct was right. I think that's suspension issue.
Suspension? Yeah.
Or a rim problem, because that rim seems to be moving around. It's still got some rubber around it. It's smart driving.
Yeah, staying right off the racetrack. That's very, very smart.
It's Alexei Veramenko. Shall I do that in English? Alexei Veramenko. 3rd place in the 997 class and inside the top 20. That's bad luck for that car.
You were talking about the closing speeds, and I think they're more drastic than people give them credit for.
Yeah,
being
I agree.
I just saw one of the A6 cars go blasting down the diagonal straightaway, the longest straightaway on the racetrack, and he ate up about 5 cars in the process. There was a gaggle of 3 that he went through, and it took a fair bit of kind of holding his breath as he went through there. So what'd you do to the 76 car while I was gone?
76, it's had all sorts of issues. 2 suspension issues, one at the front, one at the back. Bill Oberlin was used as a brake by someone.
Oh my.
Fighting back at the moment. With
The 30 cars also run afoul, I see.
Yeah, Johnny Morlam came into contact with the 17 Aston Martin when the Aston Martin was avoiding someone else. as the 150 Audi is in the pit lane. Also the number 19 Mercedes-Benz. Ivo Briquez out of the lead of GT Arm now. GT3 Arm or A6 Arm. Should also mention that the long-time leader of that category, the 88 car, went out on its outlap with... was Dan that was at the wheel of that, wasn't it? Cold tyres, turn one, into the wall, and that car is done. Terrible look for that team. Dan Norris-Clarke not a happy bunny for making that mistake.
The Audi in 42nd place overall, 4th in SP3.
Ivo Briquez had a good run overall. That was a long stint from him. Must have been close to 2 hours in the number 19 GDL Racing Mercedes SLS. We spoke to him briefly, didn't we, on Thursday night. Full of enthusiasm as always for everything, the event, the circuit, his teammates, and as I say, he's done a good long stint through the night, and I think he's was very happy as well to have a teammate of the quality of Duncan Huisman in the car as well. Duncan, a very fast and experienced driver.
It's always more fun when you know you have a shoe that's with you.
Absolutely, that's the car that the screen is showing at the moment.
The number 1 car has climbed his way almost back into the top 10.
He's got 46 seconds to get into the top 10.
It was up to...
we're looking at now.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually helped it, hasn't it? Because it was up into 11th before its pit stop, but now Andreas Simonsen at the wheel is belting along.
Aaron Scott burns a joker in the number 14 car. 4.9 seconds behind second place in the category, but busts out of the bracket. 204.8. Not smart. If you're going to bust out, you want to be taking a second or a second and a half out of it. Those cars can do 202s.
Yeah, if you're gonna bust, go 202, 201.
Yeah.
Like my hockey coach used to say, if you're going to take 2 minutes, make sure you get your money's worth.
You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nissan. Jim Roller, John Hindhaugh and Paul Truswell in the studio. Bruce Jones in the pit lane. And we're closing in on 8 hours to go. Last third of the race looming. Adam Christodoulou closing in on 4th place. 9.5 seconds behind Nicky Pastorelli. Now that could be an interesting battle, couldn't it? The number 21 Corvette, which we know is fast, the pole sitter from qualifying, 157.2, 157.2 something. And Adam Christodoulou in the number 2 Mercedes-Benz.
That 21 car has just very quietly...
What has it done? It's just been there.
Yeah.
Don't curse it.
Yeah.
And it's got the hero in it again, because
I thought maybe we were going to Nick.
No.
Nicky Pastorelli then just into that car, got into it on lap very recently, 373, and he's in fact just completed his first out lap, so onto his first flying lap then for Pastorelli, and so we can expect great things from that car.
What I was going to say was Nicky has been the quick guy, but the others have not had such a drop off that the gains he makes, they don't tend to lose, and so that's why they've been quietly just pecking away at it.
Absolutely right, Jim. What's happened is that they've managed to as the race has moved on, the gaps have got bigger, and that's enabled the other drivers to not have such a negative impact on the car. So it's all good news.
Let's go down to Bruce for another round of pit stops.
Well, I was just looking. Nothing seemed to be happening at Stadler Motorsport, but we were due Christian Engelhardt in. He appears to be in a pit entry, perhaps taking an adjustment or whatever. And there's so little. No, that the people who are busy down here are actually Bonk Motorsport in the next garage. So I don't understand what's happening. There's no replacement driver here to take over from Christian Engelhardt. So he's done that long stint. He's going straight on past for refueling. That's the answer. It looked a while ago as though Adrian Amstutz was going to take over, but he's put his helmet down. So Christian Engelhardt carrying on. The one German with the 4 Swiss drivers in the Porsche that was leading the race, number 20.
John Isafides continues his eventful run in the 41 and is heading into the pit lane with the rear right corner of the 41 Porsche 997 class 7th place runner. Somewhat deranged in the 154. Oh, no. This is another one of the cars that has been doing so well. And this is Luca Mangoni in the SP3 leading Ginetta. And I wonder if that's been the coming together with Isafides.
Could very well be.
And Mangoni is out of the car. 22nd overall for the Ginetta from the Italian team. And stranded out on the very fast back straight car, streaking past at unabated speed despite yellow flags and course cars being there. I think there's some worry that there might be a little bit of fire on that car. The guys have got the fire bottles right next to the right-hand rear wheel. They were there quickly. There's 2 tenders. The 86 car is a spinner at turn 11. But has continued. It's further round the circuit. I don't like those cars going back past so fast. I really don't.
41 has made it back to his pit box with the rear valance dragging on the ground.
Yeah, that wasn't as that came out of Weissach.
No, not at all. Just to confirm, Bruce, the 20 car did spend a little time in the correction area, so you're made a proper supposition there.
Yeah, that kind of will balance out because when the Fach Autotech Porsche, the number 4 car, made its pit stop just before this one, when Ragginger handed over to Conor De Filippi, then it also had a bit of time waiting to make up penalties. 4 minutes 19 was the time that the number 4 car spent in the pits. 4 minutes 40 was the time spent in the pits for, in fact, it's still ticking, isn't it? Because the number 20 Stadler Motorsport Porsche still up in the fueling area. So the gap first second will go up as a result of the 2 pit stops from the 2 first and second placed Porsches.
Christian Engelhardt has left the fueling station, and so he is now on his out lap.
I'm informed by eagle-eyed Goodwin Graham that the 144 GC automotive car has come into the pit lane pushing some polystyrene with it, as there's activity in the pit lane with a front splitter that's just been dragged off a car. Let's see who that was. Apologies for that. Saw it on the screen whilst I was talking to Graham. And still the 154 Luca Mangoni. Well, he's got now just 5 laps between himself and Eric Bergens in the 155. The SP3 class then thrown wide open again. The 155 is the Perfection Racing Europe, the Danish crewed Aston Martin. It's the V8 Aston Martin, 4.7 litre.
Is that Dane Cameron standing by to get into the 30 car as it makes a call to the pits?
It's
not to the 30 because Dane Cameron is 76.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Wow.
Well, is that Griff that's just got out?
Yeah, Matt Griffin brought the car in because it's not Magnussen.
And it's not Johnny Mollum. So It must be Cheragara.
Ah, okay. That's who it is.
Don't recognise that helmet. Down to third place, and Bruce Jones.
Yeah, just having nipped round another pit stop. The visor strips come off the windscreen strip from third place. Mark Basseng out of the car, strapping in. Haven't quite spotted who as I leg it down the pit lane. I'll tell you in a second. But all a standard pit stop, apart from me tripping over their air hose. So that's the all-inkle Mercedes that seemed to have the worst of the run in terms of penalties early on, but then it was recalibrated. Other people got their order slightly rejigged with having to sit in the penalty bay or the recalibration bay, or whatever Paul likes to call it, up at the entrance to the pit lane. And the big gull-wing door is slammed down, and the rumble is inimitable. And off goes. I think that could be Rennie Munich taking it over, because I think Rob Huff was in before Mark Basseng, but those of you up in the Erie will be able to tell me better.
It's certainly his turn, Bruce, so I can't tell you better until we have it confirmed on the screen. But it would be Rennie Munich's turn at the wheel. That car still in third place.
Go ahead, Bruce. Sorry, I just faded you down for a moment there. Do talk to me. Just take just a moment for Bruce's mic to reconnect to the
pit stop. Another car that's not quite so standard is that 152 Ginetta that's missing a fair bit of its rear bodywork, and they couldn't get it to start. They have got it to start. One mechanic down on his knees in the pit lane, and he's sprinting off down. He's now got to do refueling duties with or without any skin on his knees. So one of the Optimum Motorsport mechanics taking a perler in the pit lane, but they've fired up 152, which is missing its upper right rear bodywork. It's got the lower section sort of below the bottom half of the wheel. But sorry, back to the all-inkle Munich Motorsport car. It was a standard pit stop, no disc or pad changes, just tyres. And driver, of course, Mark Basseng, having got out.
And that was the first car that you mentioned there. We lost the first bit as your mic was firing up there.
Yeah, sorry, I think it's either a delay with my brain or the microphone.
No, it's the mic. No, it's the mic. It takes a couple of seconds just to fire up before we get the signal. Thanks, Bruce. At Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, heading towards 8 1/4 hours to go. Jan Magnussen. That was not Jan Magnussen. Surely that wasn't Jan Magnussen that jumped into the 30 car. That wasn't Mags's helmet, was it?
No, that's why I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't. Well, you know what it is?
Well,
we're used to the Corvette helmet.
Yes.
And that could very well.
Aaron Scott and Jerome Mull having a battle for 10th place at the moment. Half a second between them as they went across the line last time. And they're battling for second and third in A6 ARM, GT3 ARM. And Aaron Scott just about holding on to it last time around. Squeaks out another 2/10 from Jason Mull, 14 from 10. That's the Lamborghini chasing down 10th position.
Of course, the other thing that happened as a result of that little sequence of pit stops, another two changes of lead, because the number 20 car, Christian Engelhardt, having taken the lead on the pit stop cycle, then had to relinquish it once again when he came in for that pit stop, and has continued. So his double stint of an hour and a quarter, this next one will have to be a little bit shorter as a result, as he heads off into the night for the second part. But it means that we've got 25 changes of lead.
It would appear that the number 154 car, just before it stopped, was not very well, because the teams have been told to warn drivers that there's oil on the track on the right side of the back straight, which is almost undoubtedly what Luca Mangoni brought the 154 Ginetta to a halt. Now, in fairness, the right-hand side isn't used at that point of the track, so he's done his best to get off the racing line. Just depends how early he noticed it. first vestiges of light I see in the sky? No, not quite.
No,
That's
still ink.
Sunrise still a little bit over an hour away, but I do take your point as we look away into the distance. I wonder if it's going to be a bit clearer tomorrow, because certainly there's a few more lights in the distance than we could see as the sun went down.
Jakob Christensen brings the A2 number 106 Renault Clio into the pits. That's the leading A2 car. Has Goodwin left in a huff because he doubted it when I said that Jakob Christensen was Tom Christensen's brother? He seems to have disappeared. Hopefully he comes back bearing gifts wrapped in tinfoil and containing
Ever
breakfast products.
Ever the optimist, John.
One can only hope.
I apologize for my coughing and something, but my head has decided it's going to drain today.
Excellent.
All of it.
Excellent.
I don't know whether gray matter is next, but it's that kind of drainage today, so I apologize. There'll be a fair bit of, until the antihistamine I took kicks in, there'll be a fair bit of
Snufflage.
yeah, I hate it. It's something I inherited from my father.
Couldn't have left you a lightweight E-type or anything like that, you know.
No.
Something useful.
No.
Sure, what particular trait I got from either of my parents?
Oh, I could list them.
If we
Sure, Eve could as well, to be honest. There is
Actually,
the 154
you got good traits.
154 coming back on the
You got
If
the
they
gift
could-
of gab from your dad, I'll tell you that
that's
much.
for sure. I'll just go off on a tangent before I tell you the rest of the story. He's not listening, is he?
tell us about the 154 Ginetta coming back.
It's
please,
coming
John.
back on
Thank
a
you.
flatbed.
Thank you. And
It's still in the lead of
You're a
class.
conscience.
so
Still in the lead of class, but only just by a lap and 31 seconds.
I mean, it'll get back. It'll be worked on.
I don't like the sound of oil out of it, though, do you?
No,
Yeah.
absolutely. Just looking at the leading group, kind of trying to find the pattern as I tend to. The number 4 continuing to lap roughly the same speed as the number 20, but as a result of the 2 pit stops we had from them both, it was 45 seconds was the gain made on the pit stops as a result of the number 4 being quicker in the pits than the number 20. And the gap from sort of a little while before and now that they've got up to pace after the pit stops has gone up by about 3/4 of a minute. So that's lap times pretty much staying consistent. However, on the other hand, René Munich has inherited a gain of not quite a minute, about 3/4 of a minute on the number 20 car. Whether he'll be able to make any inroads into that, I somewhat doubt, and it may well be that he has to look more to his mirrors, because the flying Nicky Pastorelli in the Corvette, number 21, in 4th place, is mounting a bit of a charge.
As is Adam Christodoulou behind him, Paul,
He is,
having
isn't he?
taken a couple of seconds from Nicky Pastorelli last time and another 3 this time, and there's another 2 disappeared. It's now down to 11 seconds between the 21 and 2, the Corvette and the Mercedes-Benz. Christodoulou, as I said before, is another one of the drivers who's really impressed me this weekend.
Yes, of course, you tend to think of Christodoulou as being one of those young up-and-coming drivers, but he's been a young up-and-coming driver for quite a long time now.
He was a young up-and-coming driver when I was commentating on him in 2006 or 2007.
Well, that in effect is my point, yeah. And these young up-and-coming drivers become less young and more in the direction of experienced drivers. And I think Adam has proved that now. I mean, he's had the experience, he's got on with the job, and as you say, I'm not denying it at all, he's risen to the challenge, because I think he expected to perhaps be in the shadows a little bit, but as a result of the Black Falcons' change of tactics, he's done a good job. John?
As Riley, as Tim Gray says, Riley on the text conversation that we have going here for production, Adam Christodoulou has made a career out of being young and up and coming. That's very good, Tim. Let's go down to the pit lane. The 154 car came back on the flatbed. Luca Magnoni was driving the SP1 leader. What happened, Bruce Jones?
Well, as the 154 is put flat on the ground, Luca did that traditional sign, the hand across the throat. It's over and out for 154, Luca. Why?
Yeah, we had a problem with the engine blew. I was on the straight, so I guess some problem. I mean, I don't know. Unfortunately.
But the Nova race, Ginetta, was really going. You were leading the SP3 class before that.
Yeah, we had a good pace. We were not the fastest, but we had a very good pace overall. So we're hoping to reach a better position than what we're going to reach.
Okay, so a sorry conclusion. Tough luck, Luca. But the car was going very well indeed. So there we are, flat on the ground. But that's another one being parked in the garage. 154 over and out.
Yeah, that is a shame.
To put a final button on the Adam Christodoulou story, once you know, he's been the up-and-coming young driver. Next, he'll be the overnight sensation that's been doing it for 10 years.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for one of the guys, when Bruce asked them what happened to the car, to just, you know, with an Italian accent, "It done blowed up." I'd feel like I was home.
So with 6 minutes to go before the 8 hours to go mark, and so that's 6 minutes to 6 in the morning here in Dubai.
It's still pitch
Yeah.
black. It's at 6 a.m.
Yeah. It's V-dark, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ink.
dark. And it does make this race feel longer in some ways because of that. I
Yes.
feel we should be further through the race than having 8 hours to go.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And I think that might be, I wouldn't say a problem, but it might be a psychological aspect to this race, because when the sun does come up, the teams will think that they're nearly there, and you've still got 7 hours to go.
Yeah.
And in addition, you'll get the temperature rise and all the problems that always causes.
Well, one of the interesting things about Le Mans, after you've done this, and if you go do Daytona, and then, or even the Nürburgring, when they run it early in May, and then you go to Le Mans, and the sun comes up, and you think, oh, we're almost there. No, Grasshopper, you're almost halfway, or you're just past halfway, whether it starts at 3 or 4.
Simonson has gone by Jeroen Mull and into 11th position and gapped him by 8.2 seconds. Demetrius Constantinou has been doing a good job in the 66 Porsche. Seen his name a couple of times, lapping well under 2 minutes 10, 2:88 last time around in that A6 car. Still the best of the A6 AMs is Gianluca De Lorenzi in the number 19 Mercedes-Benz with a 2:06.4 last time around.
You shouldn't have to go through all of the Eastern Bloc names at 6 in the morning on no sleep.
That's what keeps you going.
Yeah, exactly. You really have to concentrate.
Manuel Collard moves up a position into 26th. Doesn't affect his class position. 2:04.7 last time around in the number 9 Porsche. Let's see who else is quick.
It's another spirit of the event kind of entrant who's been swimming upstream the entire race, but they continue to carry on.
Nicky Pastorelli against Adam Christodoulou seems to have reached stalemate. Pastorelli quicker that time than Christodoulou. He's opened up the gap now to, was it 13 seconds? It was 11. And the pair of them continue to close on René Munich, but they've got quite a long way to go before they get there. Not quite 3 minutes. So a lap and a lap and a sector, effectively. So that'll take them probably as long as the stint will last. First of the pit callers last time around was the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, and so logically that one will be the first one again, and number 2 probably will be coming in around about lap 400. Now he's currently on his 386th lap, so we've got a good half an hour of racing, but I think that will not give us enough time for them to catch the allinkle.com Mercedes number 38 that leads the race. So still 2 Porsches and a Mercedes in the top 3, but I have to admit I wouldn't have put any money on the Chevrolet Corvette still being there in 4th place. Even a Corvette with pedigree being there in 4th place this late in the race. I must admit I didn't think the strength was there in the depth of the driving lineup, and they've done a good job. And very often that happens, doesn't it, Jim and John? When you get less experienced drivers with an experienced one, it tends to be the less experienced drivers that up their game to the standard of the experienced ones.
So we move into the last third of the 2014 Dunlop 24 Hours of Dubai, and a new fastest lap for Jeroen Mul in the number 10 Lamborghini. Fastest lap for that car. No, that can't be right. 2:10.7. Could that be a fastest lap and going green? So that's Oh, it's an AM car. That's why. I realise what's happened. They've just put it in and then taken it out again. So that's going to be another joker burned. We saw a green next to that car before Giron came into the pit lane, and now he is heading up towards the fuel stop. So we are on the run to the flag now. Just the 8 hours that stands between us and crowning some champions for 2013. And here's how it stands with 2 Porsches, first and second, the number 4 and the number 20. The American Conadu Felipe drives the number 4 FAC Auto, the Swiss-entered Porsche, the white and red car from Christian Engelhardt in the Stadler Motorsport car in second. René Munich, the man with his name above the door for the all-Inkel Munich Motorsport Mercedes-Benz in third position. 3.94 for the leader, 3.92 for second, and 3.89 laps for third. 2 laps further back, Nicky Pastorelli. 1 lap further back, Nicky Pastorelli as he goes across the line in the pole-sitting 21 V8 Motorsport Corvette. Adam Christodoulou's trying to chase him down at the moment, but that pendulum seems to be swinging towards Nicky Pastorelli as the gap goes out to 16 seconds. Gianluca De Laurenti is in 6th position in the number 19 then. The BMW Z4 in 7th position, but again laps between these cars. Should just mention though, at the bottom end of the top 10, Andreas Simonsen is back in the top 10 in the number 1 car, 381 to 394 laps of the leader. Also continuing their charge back, Jan Magnussen down in 20th position in the number 30. Class leaders, Porsche 997 number 42 in 15th position. The 62 leads the A5 category in 23rd position. SP3, new leader now after the demise of the 154 Ginetta. It's the 155 of Eric Behrens. Then it's Miguel Fesca, the Portuguese driver, behind the wheel of the number 123 RGN Nissan. That's the SP2 leader. A3T 89 leads that in 32nd position. Jan Serup in the number 106. Johan van Loo in the 125. The Recchi Racing team, the Belgian entered car, is the D1 leader.
All our class leaders are now in the top 40. So now we're down to 2 pages.
And Andreas Simonsen in the Black Falcon Mercedes, number 1, into the top 10 as we said he would before daybreak, just after 6 o'clock. So you know the progress is there, but and I can see him getting into the top 6, but I can't see him getting much further than that.
Not without somebody having some serious, a group of people having some serious
I mean, obviously, yeah, but I think a lot of the progress that he might make is going to be down to other people having
issues,
put problems ahead of him, and the car is going very well, but you know, the breadth of lap times, except when you get one-offs, which have obviously been affected by traffic, but the breadth of average lap times isn't huge. You know, the lap times we're getting, they're pretty much of a muchness. You know, you're getting 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s, 2 5s, very rarely a 2 1, and very rarely anything higher than a 2 5. So it's kind of, and that doesn't matter which car you look at in the top 10, they're all kind of there or thereabouts.
Adam Christodoulou now almost 17 seconds. So as John said, the pendulum has swung in the direction of Nicky Pastorelli in that battle. So it has, with about an hour left until the sun pops up, as we're 7 minutes past 6 in the morning here in Dubai. 7 hours, 53 minutes remaining in the 9th running of the Dunlop 24 Hours of Dubai. And this is the time when it is important for everyone to keep their concentration, whether they be in the pit box or whether they be out on the racetrack. Fatigue. This is when fatigue is at its highest, and this is when, if there's going to be mistakes, this is when they can most likely be made.
Absolutely right, Jim. Just doing a little bit of summarising for my own purposes there, and reflecting on the progress of the number 1 Black Falcon Mercedes. Andreas Simonsen, as we've said, got into the top 10. However, the car ahead of him is the 458 Ferrari in the same class. It's a pro class car, but it's 6 minutes up the road. Now, if there's a problem, as you've been saying, that could disappear in no time at all. But otherwise, even if Andreas Simonsen can lap 5 seconds a lap faster, as he did on that last lap, when it's 6 minutes up the road, that's going to take him quite a long time, and sort of in excess of 20-30 laps, which is getting on for an hour, which is more than a stint. As into the pits comes the second place car, number 20. Now, I wasn't sure whether it was going to be 20 coming in first or whether it was going to be number 2, and I wasn't expecting number 20 in first. But having said that, of course, Engelhardt is on a double stint, isn't he? So this is a time-driven pit stop for Christian Engelhardt in the Stadler Motorsport entered car. So he comes in. And last time he just drove, I think he went straight to the pumps, didn't he? He did, that's right. So this time he has to go straight to the pit in order to get a new driver. I think it was Bruce who described it, and described how there was no driver around. So Engelhardt was on a double. This time, though, he will have to change. Yeah, that having been a slightly shorter stint for him of just about 30 minutes. Yeah. That's why it's been a little bit earlier. Just 13 laps for Christian Engelhardt. And who are the Stadler Motorsport people going to be putting into the car next? I guess, well, let's... could be Adrian.
I think Adrian Amstutz will be going in there.
Thank you, Bruce. You reached the same conclusion as I did.
Yeah, because he was the only driver who was in the garage earlier, but he never got as far as putting his helmet on before Christian did that drive-through fuel-only stop. I didn't get a word with Christian, actually, because he's driven a really good job. Let me just see if I can borrow Christian. For 1 minute, thank you. Christian Engelhardt, you just come in from second place. You've done a really fantastic job in that stint. Well, 2 stints.
Yeah, it was actually really hard work because we are starting to have some trouble with the gearbox, and also the tires in the second part of the stint, they were terrible, the front. It was a really, really hard work, and I desperately wanted to come in and change tires, but the team said, push, continue, and so I continued.
So you did a fuel stop, and then you did 12, 13 laps, and now you've pitted. So slightly unusual tactic.
Yeah, it's, we discussed it before, and in the end, the decision is always down to the team because they can see what's going on. I can just ask what they think, and yeah, I do what they say, and yeah, let's see.
So Porsche's running 1 and 2. Who has taken the car over from you? Is that Adrian Amstutz?
No, it's Rolf Inhagen has taken the car over me. He's my teammate from Carrera Cup. He's done a really, really good job in all the last stints, and yeah. Let's hope he continues like this. We've been swapping around between the two of us the last stints.
They certainly have all night. Thank you very much, Christian Engelhardt. Very good drive from him. Don't forget he's been impressing very much in the Porsche Super Cup in the past 2 years.
I tell you, Bruce, this is a race that we see a lot of these studs from Porsche Super Cup come out. There's a lot of talent in that series, in those various series around the world, aren't there?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it's nice for them to get their teeth into some longer races and also some nighttime races, which provides quite a different, let's say, matter of fare than their normal sort of pre-Grand Prix dashes on the Saturday and Sunday.
Well, and it broadens their scope and hopefully enhances their reputation and provides them with more work and hopefully paid work.
Well, that's one of the aims of the game. But just looking at Christian's face as he was being interviewed, obviously he's smiling because he's speaking to me. No, but I mean, he's just, they're just...
Then why wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, answers on a postcard. Actually, no, don't bother. But... no, they're just absolutely loving it. This is what racing drivers like to do. And of course now we're going, it's not that much more night time. It's 6:10 in the morning. I know when I've woken at that time in the hotel, or maybe just about gone to sleep, it's starting to get light. It must be. I can't see it from in the pits though, but I think I have to move out around and look around the back of the grandstand or something. But
maybe around the back of the grandstand, but the view that we have from here at the top of the tribune, it's still black ink out there.
Yeah, about 40 minutes, I reckon, before we start getting some decent daylight.
Some glow.
But, what struck me most about that was the information that he gave you about there being some gearbox problems. And, I've said it before, there's still a long way to go. We've got more than, just under 8 hours to go then, and there's plenty of things that can still happen. And, gearboxes, once they start to go, they don't tend to mend themselves.
And that looks like the 150 has spun. Yep, that is the 150, the Audi. Currently 39th overall. Youssef Bessel behind the wheel of that car, and looks like he's back underway, and he's spun, looks like at turn 10.
Now change of driver in the number 76 BMW, the car that led the race for a little while, one of the fancied runners until it had its various suspension problems, the Schubert team BMW Z4. And not sure, Bruce will be able to pick up on this one, but I'm not sure whether that might have been Claudia Hürtgen who was taking over at the wheel. It was certainly a driver of slight build. Anyway, he or she is on her way up the pit lane. And Bruce, I suspect, is going to have to peer in through the window to see who it is.
I'd have to be very, very quick to peer in through the window. I'd have to be faster than Usain Bolt. But she did say yesterday she wasn't going to take over 76 until early in the morning. Or does she mean early morning or just after midnight?
Yes. Anyway, the car has headed off down the pit lane. It's down in 17th place, having lost all that time earlier on with the various... It had a couple of suspension problems. It wasn't just a single problem. And it's, let's say, down the pit lane in 17th place on 376 laps, 24 laps off the race leader.
And as we said, the 150 was back underway. It has just come down the front straightaway, smoking. There's a rub in the right rear. The right rear tire is rubbing on the bodywork. So as you see that car going around, that's what the smoke is. So we're looking, if you're watching the stream on 24hseries.com, as we have that's one of the Porsches slowing and pulling off just past turn 8.
Not too
pulling
far
off on driver's right.
Not too far away from the pit lane entrance. But it's still going uphill, isn't it, Jim? So
yeah,
it's going to struggle to get to the flag unless it gets...
I wasn't able to get a number as it pulled off.
Let's see what the screen suggests. It might be number 3.
Yes, that would make sense.
Which is the
it was
other
a red and white. Yes, it's the other FAC Auto Porsche, and that car has had a very troubled run throughout the day. Not even in the top 60 at this point.
No, I had a feeling that it was going to be a retirement at one point. It looked as if it was going to be playing no further part in events, but it's been battling on.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. There he is. In 29th.
I was going to say, he's further up.
Yeah. Yep, 29th. I didn't see him in the... and that's an outlap, so he's pulled off on an outlap. There's another car that seems to be stopped. There he is. It's the 3 car. Confirmation, Paul. Good pickup, guys, on the television crew. And it's he's pulled off driver's right on the downhill towards... he should be right over in there. So he should be able to get it back to pit lane.
But,
so it's actually around turn 15. Here comes the 150 in. Said earlier that he was smoking from bodywork rubbing in the right rear.
So further problems, and the number 3 car yet to make it into the pit lane. But he is up there at the top. As I say, he's got a tow vehicle going up to help him, because there is just a tiny bit of uphill before he gets to the downhill bit again. And so, as we were told, Rolf Ineichen is now back in the Stadler Motorsport Porsche, and as a result of him having made that pit stop, and the leader, number 4, the Fach Autotech Porsche, just going through now, in fact, completing his 402nd lap, and the gap first to second has now gone up to 4 laps. 4 and a lot laps, over 8 minutes then is the effective time between first and second. And although the number 4 Connor De Philippi Porsche, the Fach Autotech Porsche, is going to have to make its pit stop before long. Let's just see how long the number 4 will be before he comes in for what will be his 16th stop. He's done 15 thus far, and we'll expect him in around, yeah, it won't be too long, around about lap 405 to 410 would be the sort of schedule we'd be expecting for Connor. Maximum of 410 laps, as the number 3 other Fach Autotech Porsche comes in on the back end of the tow rope, and Jim's got his internet connection back, which
hooray!
Thank you to the gentleman who came and sorted that out for us. That'll also mean that I'll be able to do some other things as well in a minute, and still the top 6, top 10 in much the same order as they have been for a good while now, and that's to say the 2 Porsches, followed by the All-Inkle Mercedes, number 38 in 3rd place. In 4th place, the Corvette, which is back in the hands of Nicky Pastorelli, and well, he's not the fastest car on the track, but he is continuing to make up ground on René Munich. That gap when Pastorelli took over between himself and Munich was 2 minutes and 51 seconds, a little bit over a lap, and now Pastorelli is, well, he's exactly a lap behind, isn't he? He needs to get past Munich. If you're out on the track, you'll be able to see the numbers on the sides of the cars. 38 leading 21 in 3rd and 4th places. They're quite close together in physical terms, but they are a lap apart. So as and when Nicky is able to get through past, in fact, Nicky is already through, isn't he? Yes, so they are just on the same lap now, but Nicky Pastorelli is just ahead of René Munich. They'll be coming down, here they come now, down into turn 16 and onto the start-finish straight to complete another lap. And if we crane our necks forward, we can see, there he goes. And there goes the Corvette. So, yeah, there's not quite a lap separating 3rd from 4th, with Munich, as I say, having to chase Nicky Pastorelli around. And then the gap between Nicky Pastorelli and Adam Christodoulou, if anything, is it's consistent,
Yeah,
isn't it? It's fluctuating between 10 and 15 seconds.
I was going to say, it goes out to 16, goes down to 13, goes out to 14, goes back down to 12. So, yeah, back and forth, ebb and flow.
It's one of those very frustrating gaps in many ways, isn't it? Oops, just the good shot there of one of the Porsches collecting one of the polystyrene marker boards.
That's the number 45 Porsche. He had just moved by the number 33, a Tempo Porsche, who's in the pits. That's Miro Konopka in the 45 car. He's had an off-track excursion, but has carried on. No harm, no foul, other than to the polystyrene braking marker. Doesn't seem any worse for wear as he comes through turn 14, and will make the right-hander through 15, go down the hill to 16. He passes, all four wheels over the white line. He better be careful, or he's going to either run afoul of the race director or perhaps take out another brake marker, which would probably have him run afoul with the race director. Seems logical. And he crosses underneath us to complete his 371st lap. So Connor De Phillippi defending currently a 4-lap lead as we close in on 7.5 hours to go. He has completed 404 laps. Rolf Eneika is completed 400 laps.
And I've got another Joker table come through, which gives us an update on the positions on the Jokers, because we've seen quite a few of them being used up as they've gone through there. Particularly we saw Aaron Scott in the second Ferrari, the second Spirit of the Race Ferrari, certainly noticing him at least using 2 of his Jokers. Well, they've used 3 in that car now altogether, but not as many as the number 10 Rhinos Lamborghini has used, because they've now gone up to 7 Jokers used. And who's the other big user? It's Ivo Breuker's team, isn't it? The number 19 Mercedes from the GDL Racing team, which is the car Luke Brahms, Duncan Huisman, and Gianluca De Lorenzi, the GDL, and Ivo Breuker's himself. So I can't blame Ivo necessarily, but they've used 6 of their Jokers, so they're getting through them. The 2 who haven't used them very much are the 2 Dragon Racing cars, and in fact Jordan Groger, who's currently in the pits, 3rd place in the A6 AM class, and only a lap behind Aaron Scott, or at least he was before he came into the pits. That car has only used 1 of his Jokers, so if they can get a quick driver in as the sun comes up, and there's some cool air, good daylight, that could be an opportunity for them to make some progress. Because if the organisers do give you 10 Jokers to use, you might as well use them.
Might as well use them, yeah. And like we said earlier, don't waste them. You know, go out there and throw down a 201 if you've got it in you. Coming up on 7.5 hours to go. Just a quick check. Everyone is holding station. Excuse me, in the various classes. Lucas Ordonez has brought the 123. I suspect that was a driver change, as Lucas is on an out lap in the Nissan GT Academy graduates car. That's the 123 car that is leading SP2. The leader in A3T continues to be the number 89 car, Nabil Moutran behind the wheel of that car now. A2 is led by the 106 Jan Sierup in that car. D1 still is Johan van Loo in the 125 in 37th overall. So I think that is A5 continues to be the 62 Grease Bezmerin in the JR Motorsport BMW number 62, that light blue BMW that has just been pounding around out there, Paul, and he's had some minor issues, but nothing that would seem to derail the train. Thank you.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Just pounding round there. And
I have news of the forthcoming number 1 pit stop for you.
Yes, Bruce.
Just to say that Bernd Schneider, who didn't seem to be in the car that long ago, is back in the pit garage. And this is one for Paul. They've brought out a set of discs and more pads to be put on, presumably for the number 1, but it could be for the car that Adam Christodoulou will bring in shortly, the number 2. But I think it's for Bernd's car, number 1, coming in very soon. Tyres just being put out onto the pit apron, so in the next lap or so, the German will take over from the Swede.
Yeah.
Andreas Simonsen at the wheel at the moment.
His current stint, Bruce, is at 1 hour and 10 minutes, so he should be on pretty much on schedule. The Connor de Philippi in the number 4 Facauto Porsche is his stint is up to 105. So how much longer till we see him, Paul?
Connor should be coming in by about lap 410.
So about 4 more laps for him, 8 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, and before him, I suspect that we'll get both of the Mercedes in, although the disc and pad change, Bruce will have to keep his eyes peeled, because they have brought this car in before with discs and pads out, but they only put the pads on unless they're a combined unit, which is sometimes what happens. But Bruce has eagle eyes, and he'll make sure exactly what happens and tell us. So as I say, I would expect both 1 and 2 to come in, and that is the kind of the marker for a sudden rush of pit stops, although having had the 20 in already, as we heard a little while ago from Christian Engelhardt, and he's put Rolf Ineichen back into that car, and so that will then hand... Well, it depends, doesn't it? The gap has gone out, hasn't it? We may not get the number 4 car when it makes its pit stop, depending what work they do on it. It may not lose the lead.
Right. As the number 1 car comes into the pits, let's go down to our Nissan pit lane man on the spot. That's Bruce Jones.
Andreas Simonsen, he hit the board quite hard, so the mechanic had to jump out of the way now. They've got the little trays, they've got the discs ready to go on, they've got the pads ready to go on, but you know what? They've left them in the tray, they just put them there to entertain us. Gamesmanship, even if we're in 10th place, eh? So, Bernd Schneider on board, the lights are on. Andreas Simonsen walks away round the back of the car. Oh, it's stalled. And it's going up on the jacks. So, problem with the right rear wheel. Lots of waving from the mechanic. He's just straightening that up for them. Car jiggling around, and down it goes again. Off the jacks for the second time. And Bert fires it up. So he's going to take it through that tricky session that takes you into dawn. We talked last night whether it's easier going out of the day into night or the other way around. Well, if you're not sure, put Bernd Schneider in. You couldn't have a more experienced driver to tackle it right.
Claudia Hurtgen has gone out in the 27, so it's going to be quite a while before we see her, if we see her at all, in the 76 car. Dane Cameron is currently out in that BMW Z4, the Schubert entry. 27 is the Workenhurst entry.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say, Jim, at this stage that if Claudia was going to drive the Schubert car, she would have done so by now.
She would have done it already, yeah.
And it seems that it was a fairly late I won't say even say deal, arrangement to put her in the car anyway. It may well be, but because the car has fallen away, that it might not get cloudier in it after all. Sorry, Bruce, go on.
Paul, I was about to say that I remember when I broke the news to Bill Oberlin, he said I went to lunch, and by the time I came back, we had an extra driver in our lineup, which was Claudia Hurtgen being seconded into the team. So maybe that was just a qualifying special, and certainly she did a very good job for them in qualifying.
Well, I think sorry, go on, Jim.
And I think also, Bruce and Paul, that it could have been that she was there to check the setup on the car.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
So she has had great success at this racetrack in that model of BMW, and I suspect that they wanted an extra set of eyes to make sure that they were heading down the right path.
And the quid pro quo was that she would get in the car. Given that the car isn't going to do anything in terms of outright positions, she may well have said, well, look, it doesn't matter, you guys carry on and drive it.
I got a better chance in the 27.
Well, indeed she has. And she's running inside the top 10, whereas the Schubert car, the number 76 car, running in the bottom half of the top 20, down in 17th place, where it's been for quite some time. Here's the leader, though, number 4, actually coming in before the number 2. So the number 4 Autotech Porsche makes his way with Connor De Phillippi at the wheel all the way down to the far end of the pit lane, and I'm guessing that Bruce isn't at that end of the pit lane. He's hanging around the Black Falcons. So what can we tell you with the binoculars?
Well, you guess right. In fact, I came up to see what was happening with 21. I know the pit stop might be 10 minutes away, but say not just new tyres for the 4th place Chevrolet, the V8 Racing one, but also new discs lying on the floor near the front of the garage. So it could be a longer stop than just tyres only, but it's been going like a train, particularly with Nicky Pastorelli at the wheel. We are going to have a driver change. I can't see who the replacement is as yet, but yes, I guess right in some ways, but wrong. That's the trouble when you've got a long pit lane and 2 cars that are coming in likely to be at different ends. You have to hedge your bet sometime.
And the 4 car has completed his stop. They did change tires. I'm sure they changed drivers. We'll get a name for you shortly as the car heads to the fueling area. The stop was less than a minute, so it was a good stop for the 4 car. And isn't it always the case, Bruce, that there's always one Outlander in the top 5 who has to be at the other end of the pits?
Yeah, if they could put the likely leading runners all in the middle, it would be very helpful. But certain times there are both Nick and I in here, but through much of the night it's Nick or I. And I try and jog down the pit lane when I can, but in fact, especially as the people at the far end are very nice. They do offer me tea, coffee, bacon rolls, even ice cream. But the bacon rolls have been the hardest to turn down, I must say.
Bacon?
I wouldn't necessarily put money on Connor De Phillippi having got out of the car. I think they did definitely change the tyres. I'm not going to deny it, but I just wonder whether they might leave Connor in for a double.
I would expect them to, Paul.
He's been in an hour and 12 minutes.
Yeah. And
so there is time. There's 45 minutes worth of running time there.
And, of course, the advantage that gives at this time of night, it gives the others a chance to have a much longer rest. And Connor is clearly doing a good job. We'll see what comes up on the screen when they've finished refueling the car. And then that gives us the information as to who took over, if anybody did. But certainly the car has got going again before Rolf Ineichen in the Stadler Motorsport Porsche number 20 has got anywhere close to him. And the number 20 car came in, he was 8 minutes behind. And sorry, when the number 4 car came in, number 20 Ineichen was 8 minutes behind. And that gap it has reduced, obviously, because the number 4 has been stationary. But with, you said, Jim, the stop only 2 or 3 minutes, it'll only reduce the gap. It won't give the Stadler Motorsport an opportunity to take over the lead.
Let's see, as here comes the number 2 car with Adam Christodoulou behind the wheel of that car, making his 14th pit stop. And Bruce, I think you're there.
Yeah, I will be. There's no driver change. Oh, hold on. Door open. Yes, very late driver change. Jeroen Bleekemolen, by looks things, bombing out from the he wasn't around when the car came to a halt, the door opened and no one's ready. But anyhow, so Jeroen, don't forget, driving 1 and 2. You know, at one stage in the race, it looked as though he'd be driving the likely winning car in number 1. Obviously, that's gone very pear-shaped. They're down about 10th place at the moment. But I don't know what Jeroen was doing. He was sitting in the garage about 15 minutes ago when I last checked, just looking calm and I presume ready. But something must have come towards. You never know when a driver suddenly needs to go to the room where you pull the flush handle later. But so I'm going back up because I want to see the pit stop for V8 Racing. Number 21 lying in 4th place. Nicky Pastorelli's coming in. In fact, I'd like to have words with him when he's handed over. I think it's possibly trying to think who's taking that over. Number 21, it could be Rick Abrech. I'll have to confirm that in a minute. But they're going to be doing a disc change.
Bruce, looks like front pads, possibly discs on the 2 car.
Yeah, they were all ready, but they bring them out seemingly as a matter of course at each pit stop. But looking at the delay, yes, you're right.
Actually, I think this was just pads.
Yeah, no, pads only. This would take longer.
So pad change for the number 2.
The second pad change for that car. Whether they'll be able to do it on a single set of discs, we'll wait and see. And so the car being handed over to Jeroen Bleekemolen.
And it looks like the 156, the 4th of the Black Falcon entries, the 991 Porsche, is heading into the garage area as 21 has finally made his call to the pits. Bruce Jones.
It's just come to a halt. Rick Abrech, I think it is, waiting to get in. They've hauled Nicky out of the car. And we talked earlier about how some cars have integrated discs and pad units, and certainly the V8 Racing Chevrolet has just that. Hold on, looks like the lid's coming up, the bonnet's coming up. So this could be a slightly longer stop than some of the others, but this car has been running on a consistent basis. That's been its route. It had its problem when it had no fuel and had to be pushed down the entire length of the pit lane, which costed a bit of time. But this will be a longish pit stop, and I'll catch Nicky Pastorelli and get back to you in the next few minutes, okay?
That's great. Bruce Jones, powered by Nissan Pit Lane Team, bringing us all the information from the pits.
And the piece of information we need to tell you is that my suggestion that they might leave Connor De Phillippi in the car was nonsense. They put Sebastian Ash back in. So Sebastian Ash then, I think the pace of the race, plus the fact that they need to change his tyres anyway, if they can get the driver change done whilst they're doing the tyres, then I guess you might as well do it. It gives you a little bit more flexibility should you get a purple flag or something like that, when then you can leave the driver out for longer.
We haven't seen Otto Kloos, have we?
Not to my memory, no.
Yeah, it's just been Ash and De Phillippi.
Yeah, and Martin Ragginger.
Thank you, Martin Ragginger.
Yeah, I'll say the 3rd driver, Otto Kloos being the
4th.
The 4th driver, or the 1st driver on the list. But no, I think you're right. I don't think we have had Kloos in the car. So that pit stop from the FAC Auto team, the leading car, number 4, has brought the gap down 1st to 2nd.
Bruce, pad change there on the right front of the 21 Corvette.
Yeah, they've changed the discs all round, but they had the bonnet up so they could just check the radiator ducting. Certainly it's very hot at the front end. I'm going to try and get Pastorelli for you, but he's gone out to cool down. I'll be back in a moment, but yeah, they're changing all the tyres now, obviously, but a nice slick change, I would say. But obviously they knew that one was coming. They were ready for it with the discs, which are smoking away as they sit at the front of the garage. I'll get Pastorelli and I'll get back to you.
So that could open the door for the number 2 car to close the gap a little bit. He's still in the fueling station, so that will be interesting to see how that pans out, because they have gone for the disc and pad change on the 21 car. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, Nicky, you're looking quite hot. You have a flannel on your head. A good run, 4th place.
Yeah, it's going really good. This was a great run, like all the others, and actually all my teammates are also doing great runs, making few mistakes. We just changed the brakes now, but we have to do once during the race. Rick is in now, and we'll see what he can do.
I saw earlier in the race the car being pushed down the pit lane. Did it run out of fuel?
Yeah, we had an issue with the reserve fuel pump, which now we know it now that we can't use it, so it won't happen again.
Okay, now who's taken the car over from you? Is that Rick?
Yeah, it's Rick Abresh now in the car.
So how many more stints will you get in this race?
I really don't know yet. It really depends all on how they do, but I think maybe one more stint and that's it for me.
Okay, it's a good job. We always like to see a Corvette going well. Nicky Pastorelli, car 21, came in from 4th place.
That car has now gone to the fueling station, and Jeroen Bleekemolen has started his out lap, so he is about halfway through that now, as he has entered sector 2, and he's been on the racetrack just over a minute. So we shall see. He may in fact get his lap back from that car.
Well, when he comes past, I mean, he'll
yeah,
get...
He lost the lap when he pitted, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when he comes back across the start-finish line, then he'll be completing his 405th lap, which is the same lap that Nicky Pastorelli has just completed in the pit lane. But I'm pretty sure that by the time he does get around, then Rick Abresh will be back out onto the track, having completed the refueling operation. But nevertheless, it is a close battle, and one which we'll be able to continue to observe as they go through this next stint into daylight. So we've got Jeroen Bleekemolen's antics to watch. We've got Bernd Schneider in the number 1 Mercedes to keep our eye on. Sebastian Ash, he's promising to be quick. Claudia Hurtgen in the Valkenhorst BMW. There's going to be plenty to keep us awake as the sun comes up, Jim.
And it is starting to, the sky isn't quite as inky as it was. It's starting to, we're about 20 minutes from some sunrise, and much like the sunset, the sunrise here is pretty quick. It gets full light very quickly, as there aren't a lot of mountains and that sort of stuff to give you that dawn. And yeah, we see some pink over off of turn 10. So indeed, the sun will be making its appearance. It's interesting, Paul, because we were talking about the 2 car keeping the pressure on the 21 car, and the 2 and the 21 are keeping the pressure on the top 3 because they're lurking. And if anybody has a problem, they will be able to pounce.
Indeed, but what's happened is Pastorelli has got the slow fueling gun, because he's only Rick Abresh, keep calling him Pastorelli, in the number 21 Corvette, got a very slow refueling there for some reason. Wasn't at all clear why, but it has allowed Bleekemolen to get past him. So although they're being shown on the screen that way round, when they come to the end of the lap, Bleekemolen is ahead of Rick Abresh. So the number 2 Mercedes is up into 4th place now. So we've got Mercedes in 3rd and 4th places behind the 2 Porsches 1st and 2nd, and the Corvette is down to 5th place with Gianluca Di Lorenzi now behind the wheel of the GDL Mercedes, leading the AM class, but not very far behind, indeed on the same lap as the 2 cars ahead of him who are in the Pro class. So we'll pick that out when they come through at the end of the lap.
And we should be seeing Bleekemolen come across the start-finish line any moment. Jean-Marc Merlin on the screen now, if you're watching on the stream, in the number 17 Aston Martin. He's 13 seconds behind Claudia Oetken in the 27 car, the BMW in 8th position. Jean-Marc Merlin in 9th. So
in fact, Di Lorenzi's gone past Abresh as well, hasn't he? So it was a very slow pit stop, that, and that wasn't just because of the pad change. It struck me that the fueling took a longer time than normal as well there for the Corvette. The total pit stop time being given as
just gonna look at
6 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, that and the pads and the discs and pads didn't take that long.
It wasn't that long of a stop. They did that rapidly, but we did hear from Matt Griffin, didn't we? I think it was Matt Griffin, that some of the fuel pump seemed to be a bit slower.
Yes, he did.
And, so I think that might have been what the problem was for the number 21 Corvette that time.
Now it'll be interesting to see just how Jerome Bleekenmolen deals with Gianluca Di Lorenzi in the number 19 GDL Mercedes. He has a 2.2 second lead over that car.
He will
but
drive away from him.
I suspect he will dispatch him with a certain amount of palm.
He'll be able to smell the tulips, but nothing else.
Yes, as now, if you are watching the stream, you will notice, and the TV cameras do lie, because you can iris them up, and they do give you a little bit more light than is really out there. So it is a little bit deceiving if you are watching the stream. It's a little bit more light, as now the sky has gone to purple. So the Sky Color Report. We should get a sponsor for that. Crayola Crayons brings you the Sky Color.
But it is definitely brightening up. I mean, there's no question at all. You can we can now see a lightning in the sky, even looking away to the slightly to the west. That there is brightness in the sky, and
also some cloud cover. We're seeing, as from the onboard of the number 66, there is some cloud cover here. And we have heard rumors of rain. The weather reports that Paul has assiduously been checking have continued to insist on no rain, but we have had some of the drivers talking that their team meteorologists are predicting some rain.
Well, indeed, Jim, at the start of the race, no less a experienced rain man than Jeroen Bleekemolen was assuring us the last 2 hours of the race would be in the rain.
I'll throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
I'll just have to make sure that Nick's doing the pit lane then. Oh, damn, we both are. Oh, well, never mind.
Rolf van Eiken continues to circulate in the 202s. Again, Paul, as you said, consistency. Sebastian Ash goes through in a 201.3. So anywhere from a 201 to a 203 is about the standard for the front runners at this point. Anything else is a bit of an anomaly. Pierre Arret has brought the 458 Ferrari from 6th position in the GT3 Pro category, the A6 category. As now scoring has kind of settled out, and you were exactly right, Paul. Ricky Albrecht is now 1 minute and 28 seconds behind Jeroen Bleekemolen. So that is a tough break for that crew.
Well, not only is he behind Jeroen Bleekemolen, but he's also behind Gianluca Di Lorenzi in the AM class car. So it really was a bit of a disaster in terms of the overall positions for him. Obviously, he remains 5th in the Pro class, but overall, the Corvette back to 6th. So it's
De Lorenzi is due to pit, Paul, and in fact Duncan Heisman standing out ready to take over the number 19 Pro-Am class leader, the GDL Racing Mercedes SLS. So yes, it's fleetingly in 5th place, and a very good strong run it's had too. In fact, like clockwork.
Yes, the biggest problem the car has had is in its use of jokers, because it's in the AM class. It's a joker playing car, and it's one of the high utilizers of the joker, having had
seven of them.
Six of them. The big user is the Rhino's Lamborghini number 10, which has also been a recent pit caller. Jeroen Mull has been the driver who brought that car into the pits, which has now gone on its way up towards the fueling station, the number 10. That's running 4th in the A6 AM class. behind two Ferraris, one in the Spirit of the Race colours, number 14, and the other in the Dragon Racing colours, number 888. Mohamed Jawa driving that car. So those are the leading runners in the A6 AM class.
Sorry, Paul, I got caught talking to the responsible adult. As Sebastian Ash goes out and throws down a 2 minutes flat, 0.355. So there you go.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Well, I mean, we're getting into happy hour now, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly.
And as I say, with Sebastian in the Fach Autotech Porsche, with Bleekemolen and Schneider in the two Black Falcon Mercedes, and with Claudia Hürtgen in the BMW. Also, another driver to be looking out for down there at the bottom end of the top 20 is Jan Magnussen, the Ram Racing Ferrari, which led the race very strongly until it had that contact. No, nothing of its own fault, but it, as a result of that contact, had to spend a good half hour in the pits. In fact, it was very nearly an hour in the pits, wasn't it, for the Ram Racing Ferrari. Jan Magnussen should be a man to watch as well. His last lap of 2 minutes 3.133. I'm sure he's capable of going more quickly than that, but we'll see what transpires. Into the pits comes the Nissan from the SP2 class, number 126, coming into the pits. That's the one that's been delayed, isn't it?
Yes,
The 126, the Ashley
Fourth.
Oldfield.
Fourth in class. They've completed 298 laps. Ashley Oldfield bringing the car in. Currently 61st overall, fourth in the SP2 class.
Yes, sounds better until you remember that 62nd overall means that there's only 15 cars behind it. But nevertheless, it's still running, which of course is well, no, I mean, get to this point, getting into daylight and getting your car still running.
That's outstanding.
Never give up. The people who got our internet working never gave up.
That's right. That's right.
So yeah, coming up towards the top of the hour again. Just 6.5 minutes remain until we get to 17 hours completed. We really can start to look forward and start counting backwards.
Yeah, at that point you do 7 hours, especially 6 hours. 6 hours is when you really can begin to kind of project some things out. You really know who's in the catbird seat or who's behind the 8 ball.
Number 19, Gianluca De Laurentiis brought the Pro-Am leader into the pit lane. Car number 19, the Mercedes GDL Racing. He's out the car already. I'll catch a word with the team boss in a moment. Duncan Heisman has taken over. But this is going to be a quick one, just a bit of fiddling under the bonnet. No new tyres going on. Don't forget, they've just gone past, on the leaderboard, past the car from the neighbouring pit garage, the V8 Racing Corvette that came in from 4th place overall but fell to 6th by getting the Joker pump. Effectively, it seemed a very, very long time, as you reported, for Rick Abrech after he took over down at the refueling zone. So it seems one pump, as you suggested, is far slower than the others, but it's actually, what I don't know, they're just twiddling under the bonnet. I can't tell you what they're doing. A little bit of suspension adjustment and one gull wing door. Something else is being taped down in the cockpit. It's not the driver, don't worry, he's about to leave. So the AM class leader by some margin after the mishap, the dreadful, unfortunate mishap for Dan Norris Jones on his outlap for Dragon Racing, number 88 Ferrari. That was leading the class, and sort of by a lap and a bit from number 19, but that went off when it was still dark. Now it's getting lighter with every passing minute. So GDL Racing leading the AM class. Mercedes, number 19.
Yeah, it's got a 5-lap advantage in that class, the number 19 car, as it heads off for more fuel. Bit of a moment, Jim, for Bernd Schneider in the number 1 Mercedes, a 2 minutes 19 on that lap, as a result of a spin out at turn 10 or turn 11, end of the main straight. the back straight, I should say, the diagonal straight, the longest straight on the track. And so whether that was Bernd avoiding somebody else who didn't see him coming, or whether it was him just getting a bit ahead of himself, I'm not sure. But it cost him a little bit of time.
Or a little bit of both.
It's possible as well.
He goes through this lap 2:01.469, so he's got the bit back between his teeth.
Yeah,
and he's trying to close on the 4:58. That is his next target.
Fastest
in class. He's got a couple laps he's got to make up to get to the 4:58, but that will get him to 9th if he can do that.
Jim, I said I'd get Gianluca De Laurenti, and I have. Gianluca leading the AM class, 5th overall. It's looking very good.
Yes, it's very good. My race is long. It's not finished. He's strong, but the car now is okay. The driver is okay. I wait to finish the race.
Have there been any problems in the early part of the race, or all just good?
No, now it's okay. Now it's okay.
All right, Gianluca doesn't want to harm his luck, so he's being very cautious there. So he's just handed over, as we said, to Duncan Iceman. The only Audi in the race is having a pit stop next to me in 36th place. That's car 150, looking a little tattered at the rear. Pretty much every car's had some form of contact out on the circuit through the night, so it seems. But anyhow, cars aren't supposed to finish the race looking pristine, are they?
No, that wouldn't do at all. The 38 car has made a call to the pits, his 15th pit stop. René Munken behind the wheel of that car. Also the 17, Jean-Marc Merlin in the Kraft Aston Martin, coming in from 8th position. So that should at least tighten up the battle with the 458 Ferrari, which is in 9th position, but just recently made a pit stop about 6 minutes ago. So we'll see how that all plays out. But so the top three and still going. We'll see. Bleekemolen is showing 3 laps behind the 38, so we won't see any changes there.
No, he'll be able to get out, and that'll probably be Rob Huff going back out at the wheel of the number 38 allinkle.com. And there's something that that team can kind of feel a bit proud of thus far in the race, at least. And it's always, when you're running against, I won't say their factory Mercedes, but certainly AMG has a far greater interest in the Black Falcon team than they do with the allinkle.com team. Although I know there are AMG people working with René Munich and the team, but there must be a certain satisfaction that team has in being ahead of the 2 Black Falcon cars.
And if you were with us at hour 5, the smart money wouldn't have been on that car. They took penalty after penalty, not really for really doing anything wrong, just other than having the bad luck of having to pit under code 60.
Well, yes, but they did take a choice at one point and kind of build on their luck by taking one of the penalties whilst they were under code 60. So they're as John says, you know, they were using the way that the cards were being dealt for them in a very efficient way. And you know, yes, we have had problems for the Black Falcon cars, but I think the number 38 allinkle.com team have done a grand job in making the most of it. And well, let's not count any chickens, but
or eggs.
I don't know, which is it you're supposed to count?
Which comes first?
Oh, no, we know a song about that. So still the 2 Porsches, though, leading the way. The gaps between them having reduced as a result of the last set of pit stops. It's now down in first to second places to 2 and a little bit laps separating the first 2. And we'll tell you whereabouts Rob Huff rejoins. But as Jim was just saying, I don't think Jeroen Bleekemolen is quite yet in a position to start challenging for that podium position.
No, he's going to. He's still got a lot of heavy lifting to do to get himself in contention for. He's in contention to get himself in a position where that podium becomes a reality.
I mean, that car hasn't really had any proper problems.
That car being the 38.
No, sorry, the number 2.
The number 2, yeah.
The Black Falcon car. Yes, the number 1 Black Falcon car had the problems with the vibration and the car not feeling right. But the number 2 has really just been the second string car being played on the more conservative strategy. But now they're having to pull out the stops with Bleekemolen behind the wheel and to do something special to bring it up into podium-style positions.
Indeed, it is Rob Huff as he exits the fueling apparatus and is on his outlap.
The Ram Racing Ferrari has set off again, and Jan Magnussen doing a double stint, as is required of Ram Racing drivers, whether they've had problems or not. And so that car down in 19th place, but closing hand over fist on the number 11 car will be its first victim, which is one of the AM Mercedes, the car entered by the Car Collection Motorsport team.
But then he's got a 5-lap hill he's got to climb to get to Dane Cameron in the number 76 and 17th. But at least they've gotten that car back into the top 20.
That's right, yes. I mean, it's not realistic to expect any great things after that long delay. So I think it was something like 50 minutes or something that their car was stationary in the pit lane for. So it's not realistic to expect very much more.
Bill Oberlin was a pinball, wasn't he? He kind of took it at both ends. That didn't come out the way I meant it. It's early. Just under 7 hours to go. Sunrise has broken here. 7:05 was the official time for sunrise, and it looks like the weatherman was spot on with that. So, but it is gray. There doesn't seem to be a lot of blue sky at this point. Of course, it's very hazy, as it always is here. The wind doesn't seem to be. What's the wind like down there on pit road? Is it Nick with us now? Hold on, let me get your mic up, Nick. Hello, Nick.
Hello. Oh, hello there, Jim. I'm fresh and relaxed from 3 hours in the
Fun bus?
Previa.
Yeah.
In fact, that's the complete fib. I am contorted and in a strange shape, but that has nothing to do with how I've slept. It's actually quite cool. It's cooler than when I left, but it's certainly still not jumper weather. Bruce filled me in on the action of the last 4 hours, and it just seems that it's all kind of like calmed down a bit. We lost a couple of cars, and or effectively lost them, and it's all stretched out. It's now an all Porsche battle, which must be really pleasing to both Jim and John, wherever he is. The pit lane, the wind has dropped. The flags are not running completely erect out towards the flying as they do, effectively with the wind running straight down behind the cars on the front start-finish straight. And the whole thing is quite quiet, but I should think very soon, I think within an hour, we're going to have not only full light, but probably a bit of sun. It's a bit cloudy. It's not looking like rain, unfortunately, because that would throw an exciting cat amongst the pigeons for the last few hours.
Now, the forecast that I've been looking at, Nick, suggests not very much sun, but no rain either. So it's going to get up. The temperature's going to start climbing pretty much from now onwards. And we'll get up to the dizzy heights of, 20 degrees before the finish of the race. It's currently 14. And the wind, as you say, pretty light. No sign of any sunshine, though, being shown, at least on the forecast that I've got. But then no rain either. So
That's a tad disappointing, Paul, because I either want to top up my tan with some sun or have some exciting weather action with some rain and just overcast. Well, I can get that at home.
You can get that in Milton Keynes, can't you?
Exactly.
The number 14 in 11th place, the A6 AM car, the second place in class, just burned one of its jokers with a 2:04.612. So, again...
Which one was that, Jim? Sorry,
the number 14, Aaron Scott, the Ferrari.
Okay, so he's up to 6 jokers used now, which is the same as the GDL Mercedes, number 19. Still, the Dragon Boys are the goody-goodies. They've, between them, they've only used 3. The 2 Dragon Racing entered cars, 88 and 888.
Well, the 88 won't be using any because they've been done for 3 hours.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
Coming back into the pits, it's like revisiting old friends, because I walked down, and obviously there are a number of cars which even when I left 4 hours ago have been parked for the night, but then there's cars that have been trying in and out the whole time, and currently being heavily worked on are both the number 12 Viper that's probably had at least 12 of the 17 hours being worked on, and the number 126 Nissan. I feel very sorry for Bob Neville's team, because currently got a whole exhaust system which will go with the gearbox, and the electrics they replaced in that car already. It would have been actually much easier just to bring a second car in about 6 hours ago, rather than replacing it bit by bit, a kind of a Lego style mechanicism.
Yeah, but then it's not the same car anymore, you see. Haven't you heard of Oliver Cromwell's axe?
All you need is a tiny little wedge to wedge off the little chassis plate. You know, there's plenty of people in major cities in the UK who can get you a night. Oh, like Sky, that's that car, no problem at all.
Excellent. So if I can start to think about marking your card as to where you need to be when. Nick,
that'll be useful.
That'll be a useful thing for you to have happen, won't it? Let's just change which windows I'm watching. And
while you look that up, Paul, let me just give you a quick Jerome Bleekenmolen update. He is now on the same lap as Rob Huff, a minute 43 seconds, albeit on the tail end of the same lap. He is a minute 43 seconds behind Rob Huff in the 38, but he has indeed, through the exchange of pit stops, gotten a little bit of an advantage. Although on the last lap, Rob Huff turns in a 2:01.937 to Bleekenmolen's 2:03.074. So it's not going to be easy for Jerome to pull that car up into the podium.
No, indeed, because you need to have a bit more of an advantage, and I think it was Bernd Schneider. It was either Bernd or Jeroen, who we were talking to earlier on, who identified that exact problem, that the difference between the Mercedes and the other cars is not great enough to allow them to buy back handfuls of laps in when we've only got a little under 7 hours remaining. We kind of zipped through the 17th hour without me really noticing, and I haven't even written down the number of laps completed yet. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. Next pit stop car in the leading group will be the number 20 Stadler Motorsport Porsche, which is currently in the hands of Rolf Ineichen, and I expect him to be in the pits in around about 5 laps or so, somewhere between 5 and 10 laps, depending on how much fuel they choose to leave in the car when Ineichen brings the car in. The car is generally doing single stints. They're kind of cycling through the drivers fairly quickly. Sebastian Asch was hang on, I'm getting my cars confused, aren't I? 20 Stadler Motorsport car. The last driver was Christian Engelhardt, and I'm not quite sure who's going to be the next one in, so we need to find out which driver is going to be getting in that one, Nick, but it will be in within the next 5 laps, I would say. Number 20 in second place, the Stadler Motorsport car.
Less than 7 hours to go in the 9th running of the Dunlop 24 Hours of Dubai. So, 11 minutes past 7 here in Dubai as we're closing in on 6 hours 45 minutes to go, and a couple of issues out on the racetrack. We had one of the Audi has spun at turn 1 and carried on. Maurice Faber behind the wheel of that car now, third place in SP3, and one of the, was that one of the GCs, Graham, that was the Megane Trophy, the orange and black Megane Trophy car was going slow down the front straightaway. If you're watching on the stream, we're currently seeing the number 17 Aston Martin with Daryl O'Young behind the wheel, 9th place overall, and he's got right on his tailpipe is Claudia Oetken. So it looks like Claudia is about to put Daryl another lap in arrears as they head down to the end of the long diagonal straightaway, and Claudia makes short work of that. Nice out braking maneuver going into the right-hand hairpin, and then starts to leg it out as they head back up the hill towards turn 11. Fully light out there now, and we will heard from Nick a few moments ago that it's not quite jumper weather, but it is cool, as you said, the happy hour at dawn, Paul.
Yeah, in a way I would have expected by now to have seen a few more laps in the 2-minute zeros, considering the quality of the drivers we've got out there. I was bigging them up, but they haven't actually delivered. Bernd Schneider having blotted his copybook with a spin, that probably didn't do his tyres any good. Rob Huff is the fastest man on the circuit at the moment in the 38 Mercedes. He's just turned in a 2 minutes 01.8. But when you consider we've got the likes of Jan Magnussen out there, we've got Blake Molen, we've got Duncan Huysman in the GDL Mercedes, although he's constrained by what he's allowed to do based on not using any more jokers, but he has jokers in hand, so he could actually give it some, burn a couple of jokers to try and get some additional pace, but it hasn't really happened. What has happened is that we've had a good long period with no, I shouldn't say this, should we? We've now had 3 hours with
that thing with the stuff,
without that funny flag that we only have in this race. But what the effect of that has is that the last 3 hours have all seen 26 laps in the hour, 27 laps in the hour, 27 laps in the hour. So we've had some 78 laps in the last 3 hours. Which, if we can continue in this vein, will bring us over the 600 mark, which is nowhere near the record, but it would at least be more than last year. Last year's race was exactly 600 laps. So if we can go over 600, then that would be a good thing.
You sound like someone in the stock market. You have to go up 10% every year, or you're not succeeding. 1% isn't good enough.
No, exactly.
But you still made money. But you didn't make enough money.
But no, certainly the pace of Rob Huff is impressive. Another lap in the 2 minutes 01. I think.
Yeah, Jerome didn't want to see that.
If and when he comes in to make his pit stop, if Nick is still down there in the pit, let's see when Rob's coming in, because. So far,
he's only 13 minutes into this stint.
Yeah,
so.
It's quite early on, isn't it? So we've got still another.
There's Mr. Sunshine.
3 laps remaining.
Peek over the buildings.
Another 3 laps remaining on the stint for the second-placed Porsche, the Stadler Motorsport Porsche. There's a Porsche in the pit lane at the moment, but that is number 42. Which is one of the 997 entered cars in the Cup class.
currently first in the class.
That's the class leader, is it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 15th overall, first in the class. And he's got a 5-lap lead over second place, the number 44 Black Falcon entry. So he will undoubtedly, unless something untoward happens, be able to pit and remain in the lead. The Crouvier Porsche number 9. Welcome back, John.
Hey, man. Nothing much has changed.
No, it's
I picked the right time.
Yeah, you did. It's been pretty quiet. Thought maybe Jerome would make a little bit of a run, but Rob Huff has thrown down consistent 201s. So take that.
Well, to be fair, he did. He has moved himself up to into the top 4. You know, I mean, we were talking about how much progress he would be making, and he's got himself as a result of. It was really a rather long pit stop by the number 21 Corvette, which helped more than anything. Yes, the pace has been there from Blake Molan, but compare Blake Molan's pace to the pace of Pastorelli in the Corvette, and there really wasn't a lot to choose between the pair of them. Into the pits comes the Aston Martin number 17 of Darrell O'Young out of 9th place. He will be... no, he won't. He'll lose that place, won't he, as a result of this pit stop, because he's got Bernd Schneider behind him, and Bernd is charging around. And Nick Damon can tell us about the Aston Martin.
The Aston Martin disappears beneath me. The lovely green flanks are now just basically black with tyre debris. Quite amusing, well, I say not amusing for the team, but the 28 amateur Ginetta car, they've just tried to bump start it. There were 4 of them on the rear wing, and it's very reminiscent of... I think it's also a British car. It's very reminiscent of my youth. When you used to leave the youth club, you had to push at least 3 of the people's cars, be they Minis or Triumphs, to get them going. And there was and unfortunately, I think they haven't really noticed, it's a very slight uphill incline towards the pit exit. When you're trying to push a sports car, they just couldn't get enough speed up. And also, I don't think he had it in second, and he always bumped in second.
Third.
Second.
You never had to bump a Triumph 2.5 litre PI.
You had super high compression pistons on yours, didn't you?
My car? I had a friend who didn't have reverse on his car, so every time we parked it anywhere, we had to make sure we could drive it out.
Is that a Reliant Robin?
No, it was a Triumph 2.5 litre PI.
PI?
Petrol injection.
Yeah, I know that means that's not what it meant, is it?
Yes.
No, not in reality.
Yes.
I know it was petrol injection, and they wanted the PI to mean it, but the actual anachronism it got for the PI was not petrol injection.
I don't know of another one.
Oh, I'll tell you, I can't tell you on radio. I'll tell you when we get back.
You're making him crazy. I hope you realize that.
Where is he? Where are you? Mime it. Where are you?
Well, the first word is the same as that famous, statue. It's like the Christmas quiz again. I'm not doing this.
Yeah, you were rubbish at that as well.
The Team Schubert BMW, I'll press on, has come in for its routine pit stop. The one of the disappointed cars down in the bottom half of the top 20. Dane Cameron brought the car in, the BMW. Interesting that that car is in 17th place. In 18th place, Jan Magnussen is in the second half of a double stint with the Ram Racing Ferrari. They're pressing on with the strategy. It said we'll do 2 stints on every set of tyres, no matter whether we're leading the race or whether we've had a problem and get stuck at the bottom. Jan Magnussen then pressing on 2 minutes 02.029 on that last lap from Jan. And bear in mind, that's on a used set of tyres. That makes it a pretty impressive time, I would suggest. A green flash comes on the screen as the Joker King uses up another of them. That's the number 10 Rhinos Lamborghini. They're the leaders of the Jokers. They've used 7. That was the 8th that has been used. That's the number 10, and that's been used by Isaac Tutumlu Lopez. 2 minutes 4.91. And then he backs off on the next lap down to a 2 minute 6 in order to kind of make up for it, but doesn't work that way. Still waiting for the second place car to come in for its routine pit stop. It should be, according to my schedule, within the next couple of laps. So number 20, the Stadler Motorsport Porsche, expected in within a couple of laps, most likely. Trying to work out whereabouts he is on the circuit. He's just coming into the final sector at the moment, and he's not coming into the pit lane at the moment, although there is a white Porsche. That's number 9, though, coming down pit lane. That's Emmanuel Collard coming in to the pits in the car that's in 21st place, the Cribile Sport Porsche, which Manu is sharing with Francois Perraudot.
Duncan Heisman blows a Joker on a 2:04.5 in the 19, leading the amateur class, and Rob Huff turns a 2 minutes .402 for the All-Inkle Munich Motorsport 38 Benz in 3rd place, the fastest lap of that car's race. Good spot, John. Yes, that's the sort of thing. I mean, Rob is having a very good stint here. He's been putting in. He's been the fastest car. Loving this.
He's been the fastest car on the circuit since he got into it, and with a bit of luck, he'll be able to continue that. And he's got quite a way to go yet. That stint for Rob will last, it says here, until lap 450.
So that 21 minutes on the stint, that's his first 21 minutes in the car.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, he's got another 25 laps on this tank full, never mind about the 2 hours.
Right.
So if you kind of make a note or keep it in mind, but I reckon Rob's got enough to take him up to lap 450. Rolf Ineichen is going to be in the pits soon. But I don't think, unless it's a particularly long stop from the Porsche, that's going to enable Rob to get second place away, because the gap is just a little bit too big for a single pit stop to make the difference. But with this length of time still to go, these are the sort of laps that could make a difference between finishing on the bottom step and the second step of the podium, at least.
It shows all the kind of signs, though, that what Rob Huff's trying to do here is to fend off the challenge of Jeroen Bleekemolen. And certainly every time I've looked at the timing screen the last 20 minutes or so, guys, it doesn't look as if Jeroen's got the pace of the car at the moment.
No, not at all. And as I mentioned, it must be quietly satisfying for the folks on the pit wall for that car to know that even though they don't have quite as much AMG backing, there are obviously AMG guys involved in the All-Inkle team as well, but the focus of the AMG's attention is on the Black Falcon team.
Without doubt, absolutely.
And at the moment, they're being shown the way by what amounts to a privateer entry.
It is a 14 car, though, that 38. It's got all the upgrades on it.
The leader's in trouble. The leader's in trouble.
Sebastian Asch has come to a halt on the circuit. Drama then in the early hours of the morning. It is 25 past 7, and the leader has stopped on the circuit
and is being
recovered
in sector 3. Sorry, sector 2.
I can't see it.
No, there's no sign of the car.
That's somewhere between the entrance to the long straight.
There it is. It's the entry here to the left-hand turn, and it is dead stick, isn't it?
Oh yes, absolutely. It's on the outside of turn number 8. He's well off the circuit on the short run up from 7 to 8. Good spot, Graham, against the white background. So straight down the circuit from us, and he's parked up against the wall on driver's right, entering turn number 8, that long horseshoe left-hander bend.
Now, fortunately for him, John, he's in the right side of the circuit, isn't he? He's in the correct side of the circuit to be...
He can be pulled all the way around from there, but he's losing time. He's still in the car. There is a marshal alongside him. Yellow flags are waving at that marshal's point just before that long hairpin.
Well, well, well.
And yet
here comes the intervention vehicle now. It's the little people carrier.
Yeah, it's the minibus that is over there.
Meanwhile,
they have got a tow rope on that. Sorry, Paul. They do have a tow rope on that, and he will be back. But he's only got 5 minutes of a lead, and he's going to lose it. That's just getting it back. Never mind what the issue is. And more drama for a leader in class. And once again, it's the leader of the race who has fallen foul of some mechanical ailment. The car looks to be okay, and they're just putting the strop on it. He hasn't run out of fuel, has he, Paul?
Shouldn't have done. No, he was not that far into his tank.
50 minutes on the stint. And you can take a couple off for when this happened. They are looking... Well, they're looking at the driver's door at the moment.
Inaichen is already through and onto the lap. So when Inaichen drives past that stationary car, he'll be taking the lead of the race. That's car number 20, the Stadler Motorsport Porsche. When it goes past the stationary Fach Autotech car, then it will be taking over the lead of the race. Well, absolutely. It's going to come into the pits, and we're going to have two stationary cars in first and second places.
Down in the pit lane.
Just nipped into the Fach Auto team. The information they know is it's a gearbox problem.
Oh, no.
So if it's not selection, it's terminal. Or at least it'll take it so far out of contention it's not true. Long faces after a fantastic run down here.
It's rolling. It's rolling on the tow rope, not under its own steam, behind the Hyundai minibus.
So a gearbox problem. I mean, you guys know Porsches better than me. Are they easier or more difficult to fix than someone else's gearbox problem?
No,
frankly, other than an Audi R8 in the glory days, nothing with a gearbox problem. Nothing with a gearbox problem is going to be the work of 5 minutes, is it?
No. Yeah. And the funny thing is, I mean, it echoes. I'm not quite sure if any of you were on duty actually, not that long ago when Christian Engelhardt came into the pits and was interviewed by Bruce Jones. Christian reported that his car, the number 20, the Stadler Motorsport car, had gearbox difficulties. So who said that Porsches? Well, we won't go down that route because there's far too long to go. But certainly, this race has just thrown drama upon drama at us. Rolf Inaichen has stayed out, so he's now on his 433rd lap.
And is scored as another lead change and the 20-car lead. Stettler Motorsport back at the head of the field.
26 changes of lead, therefore, with still 6.5 hours of the race to go.
Well. Honestly, I don't know what to say to that. That is, you know...
all you can really say is literally anything could happen in this race, and most of it already has. What it means is, John...
I'm still waiting for the big bunny to sit on half the field.
There you go. Well, I think metaphorically it may already have done that. But it does mean that it puts a different complexion, doesn't it, on the pace at the moment of Rob Huff.
Oh, it was funny when you were mentioning that. I was thinking, well, you know, not just about the guys behind him. You don't want to let people settle. If there's an opportunity to put pressure on, you do it all the time. That is the essence. Look, how many times this season in the World Endurance Championship have we said, well, I don't know why, I don't really understand why Audi are chasing so hard. Toyota's got this one, they've got laps in hand, they've got... Oh, they've fallen out.
Yeah.
There you go.
It always pays to push, and certainly at this time of day, when you know there's a lot clearer track than it was earlier, so you don't have to worry. I think it was Tony Villander, wasn't it, who was saying about taking risks. There's not as many risks that have to be taken with less traffic around, so you certainly can push on, and certainly Rob Huff is within striking distance. And Rolf Ineichen is on to his 37th lap now of his stint in the Porsche, in the Stadler Porsche. Meanwhile, the Fach Auto Tech Porsche is coming into the pit lane on the back of a tow truck at the moment, and is being followed in by another Porsche.
It's not the 20, is it?
Not the... I'm just trying to pick it out. No, it's the 40. So in the pit lane behind him is the GDL Racing 997 Cup car. But Ineichen is pretty close to the end of his tank full of fuel in the Stadler Motorsport car.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Nick Damon is due a pit stop in the moment, not him, the leader,
really?
in fact.
Yeah, they're coming in any second now. The tyres are out. The big pointy thing that gets him into his pit lane is out as well. And it'll be, if I get his pronunciation correct, which could take a while, it's the number 20 of Adrian, so we're going to see his name spelled correctly, Amstutz, will be taking over as the previous leader comes past on the back of a very interesting grey Hyundai sort of vanny thing. Interestingly, a couple of things. First of all, the 1-2-2 team, who are just up a pit for me, are very pleased they've managed to change an engine in 2.5 hours. I'm not sure they're pleased they changed an engine. And I was having a chat in the pit lane, one of the drivers of the 89 car, I don't know which one it was, but he's a Brit who lives here, and he looked up and he said, rain's coming.
Yeah, we've heard this, haven't we, throughout the night, that there's been a pretty high percentage of rain predicted to degree of certainty by Black Falcon early in the race. Just looking at some of the lap times, it's possibly because we've had caution flags out.
Leader in the pits.
Let's get straight back down to Nick Damon then.
And I can see his lights as the 144 GC car is pushed into the pit lane just a while in front of him, and unsurprisingly doesn't go anywhere immediately. Oh no, here he goes. Now it's rolling. So hopefully he can get past the 20 pit without catching fire. And yes, he's done that successfully. So here now comes the 20, the surprise leader. I don't think any of us thought we'd be saying the number 20 is leading and is effectively leading comfortably.
And that's a 40-lap stint, Nick. Massive stint from Ineichen.
The big green number 1 illuminated on the side of the Porsche. And out gets Ralf Ineichen, and in gets Adrian Amstutz. And the car with its purple speed lines down the middle of it, obviously doing particularly well because it's mainly white, so we know what Paul thinks about that. And that's the sound of the gun going on. And this is a completely different effort to the effort we see at Black Falcons or even the effort we see at Schubert. This is much more some talented guys working out of a garage rather than a full-on sort of works team. But it's all about keeping the car going round. And the third time, taking advantage, having a little bit of check there as the front wheels go on. Let's have a bit of a shifty, see what's happening with the discs. Everything's okay. Car refires, so it's another important thing it's done. Oh, then it stopped again. So refired, it's off the jack. There it goes. And that's the next section. So they only have to keep doing this for another 6.5 hours and they'll win.
He says as if that's easy. All really, dead easy. Let's do that then. Tell you what, Nick, let's do that.
Okay.
Is that another joker lap by the number 10 car? It is, isn't it?
It is.
They must be short, and it's another 2:04.9.
Number 10 has only one joker left now.
Oh dear.
That's
Not
fine.
Smart.
That's
Not
fine.
smart.
Well, bearing in mind they're 4th in class, and you would have thought they'd like to burn some of those in pursuit or defence of a podium position. It's a little early.
Indeed. We've also got Bernd Schneider in the number 1 Mercedes in the pit lane. He's scrabbling around at the bottom of the top 10. And what was the other thing we were going to look at? That was how Jeroen Bleekemolen is doing against Rob Huff.
Losing ground, I think, is the answer lap by lap, and Rob Huff are getting to the 201s, and I think now that's not just in response to the challenge from behind from Bleekemolen, which is growing ever lighter, but it's also now in response to the prospect of profit ahead.
Yeah, there's at least a lap between Huff and Bleekemolen. If you can see him on the track, you'll see 3 and 4 illuminated on the sides of those two cars, 3 ahead of 4. but there's a lap in addition to what you can see on the track separating them, and there's about 10 seconds separating them on the track.
And in less than 4 minutes, we're going to see Rob Huff elevated to second position on timing and scoring, because unless they found something very minor, and it clearly isn't, the number 4 car, little or nothing is going to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, I agree. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nissan. Just getting up around the circuit, 87.6 FM. Let's just remind you that the guys at Cafe Nero somehow have managed to keep going through the night and have the same irrepressible enthusiasm as they did yesterday afternoon.
I think they've been snorting the espresso, mate. That's what it is.
They are unbelievable. Just passed by there. There's a goodly selection of people there. I think we've eaten them out of house and home, but the coffee is still going, and it's very hot and strong.
I can recommend the tuna melt, by the way.
There's one left.
Oh, was there?
Literally one left. Let's go down to Nick Damon.
With Rolf Anici of number 20 Stadler Motorsport team. Rolf, are you surprised now, with less hours to go, to have driven in the car in the lead?
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I probably 20 minutes before the end of my stint, I saw the car of Fach, number 4, standing aside. Then I knew that we are in the lead. So in the beginning of this race, in the qualifying, we were not that good. We lost a lot of time. But it seems that we have a car that we can drive fast through all the stints. So our car is not going in. So it's we're surprised. We're very happy, but it's still 8, or I don't know how many hours it's still to go.
That's maths. It's 6.5. Phew. So just over a WEC race, so not long.
Yeah, but no, it's 6.5 hours. A lot can happen, so nothing is done yet. So we have to be quiet and work hard, and then we will see how it ends.
Is the number 20 car in perfect health, or are there some niggling issues? We heard you might have had a gearbox issue earlier.
Yeah, we had some gearbox issues, but we can solve them, I think. So the car is in a good health. We're happy so far.
Rolf, well done, thank you.
OMG.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, well, good morning, Dubai. Because
it's amaze balls here, mate. This is best ebbs. I'm sorry, I was putting that on a text for 13-year-olds.
Well, no sign whatsoever of Rob Huff's pace dulling. And I'll tell you something, I think Huffy is up for driver of the race here, because he's been pretty amazing through this race. His overall pace, consistency have been pretty stunning. But and he is now being elevated through. The 38 car does pop up now as second position overall in this race.
Now, as far as the stint lengths are going, the number 2 car, Blake Molan, he's on lap 432 at the moment, and he should be in around about 440. Huffy is on 433, and he should be, well, he's not due until around about 450. That's numbers of laps there.
I think we're going to see something pretty special now. I think what we've got...
we haven't seen something special enough already.
I think what you've got now is you've got time out there with a pretty fired-up driver, who, by the way, is now down under the 201s. It's 2 minutes, .924 from Rob Huff. He has got, what is that, a lap and a half?
Yeah, Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, slight update from the number 4 car. They are removing the under tray at the rear, and there are 2 very shiny, bright new drive shafts either side of the car waiting to be fitted.
Ouch.
So
We've
not the
seen.
worth at the moment. This car is not going to win, but you know, because everyone else had problems, you can still get a pretty good result.
That's not as big a job as you might think it is. We've seen Manthey in the Nordschleifer races, Graham, have to do drive shafts on 997s on Cup cars, and he's turned them around fairly quickly. Did one side, and then did the other side later on in the race in one of the years where I think they still won.
Yeah. But
that's Manthey.
But that's Manthey, and that's Nordschleifer, and this isn't, and this is a shorter track, and they're going to be very tired over there.
Nick, the number 1, Bert Schneider's car's been in the pits for over 7.5 minutes now, so I would suggest that isn't That isn't entirely
You
scheduled.
see, I was quite pleased because both the leading cars were within two garages of each other. So I'll camp down here. If we're going to start having one at one end and one at the other, I'm going to need overtime rates. But I shall now wander up to Black Falcon and see what's going on there.
It's in the garage.
The garage, love.
It's in the box, mate. And it's up on the high jacks, and man with head torch crawls underneath.
Is there any duct tape or tie wraps?
I think they're just, you know what, I think they're just doing the brakes on it. And they're doing the whole brake disc set and things like that. Number 2 car must be due in shortly, Blake and Mullen, because there's a driver jumping around like he's got St. Vitus dance. Stretching out, standing on one foot. Very interesting set of, maybe that's where I go wrong before I get in the car. I don't do me calisthenics properly. I'm with the local who says there's a sniff of rain in the air. Just looking at the clouds.
It's not brightening, is it?
No. There was a lovely sun up just behind the back of the building. But it's looking threatening. Oh, and an issue for...
That's one of the BMWs.
Yes. It's the 125 BMW 1 Series, and that, I think, is one of the leaders in the D1 class, isn't it?
It is the leader in the D1 class.
That's Jan van der Voort, Jan de Voort, and he will make it into pit lane. Go, Nick.
With the Black Falcons, they are fiddling, but not with the brakes, because to my knowledge, the brakes don't tend to be right under the middle of the front of the engine. Now, they can be in the middle of the back if you've got an old Jaguar with inboard discs, obviously.
True.
But no, I think this is something Century at the back. It may even be a pickup point that they're looking at.
Nick, just have a look at this little multicoloured Beamer as it comes through. This is the D1 leader.
It's left rear.
Is it a puncture or is it suspension?
No, it's the wheel.
Spinning round. Let's have a look. I can just see where he goes, and I think I take over suspension, not for tyre. If it's a rear,
it was the wheel. The wheel was awry, so it's suspension or broken wheel.
I'll go down there because the Black Falcon change is for one of their Porsches. It's not for the number 2 car. So yeah, that wheel is no longer attached in a vertical plane to the actual rest of the car. And I don't think it's the wheel. They're going to spin it now round in front of me, hopefully, so I can know I'm going to have to walk. And they're coming out to see it. This is the number 125, the leader of D1. Oh, good, he's going to take the wheel off for me. Oh, yeah, I think the rear toe link's broken because it's spinning in one plane, which is the left and right rather than the up and down plane. Take it off, let's have a look. Yes, 10 points to Nick. Rear toe link broken.
Sounds so... Don't gloat so much.
Well, let's be honest.
There's no need.
One doesn't get them right all the time.
Yes.
They've got plenty in hand. They've got plenty in hand, though. The D1 leaders, 33rd position overall. 366 laps complete, so we've got to go all the way down to 348 laps before we get to the second position car, the 128. The previous leaders, the 127 Golf, this is the KPM car, isn't it? The one that features Tom Onslow Cole. Javier Morcillo at the wheel at the moment is a further lap adrift. So it's really down to just how quickly the BMW team can actually get that toe link replaced.
Nick, the Ram car was in. Jan Magnussen brought it in. Did he get out?
He did, and I think it was Matty Griffin who got in. I might be wrong because would that be the normal rotation? No, normally Johnny wouldn't get in. So
well, Matt was up having breakfast when I wandered into Team Catering a little while ago.
Rotation round. Let me just go and definitely Jan got out because I can see him taking his helmet off at the back. Bear with. Let's see.
Bear with, love. No, it's Johnny who's got in the car. Unless Matt's decided not to wear his helmet, it's Johnny who's got in the car, which would be the rotation it should be. They're quite similar height and build, actually, Matt and Johnny. So that's, see, there we are. I can get toe links right, but not drivers from a distance. I'm glad Johnny's got back in. Matt was having some toast earlier on.
It's uncanny the knowledge you've got about international sports car drivers' diets.
It's part of my job, mate.
I'm in awe of it. The gap, by the way, the real-time gap between the number 20 car and the chasing number 38 is 3 minutes and 26 seconds at the moment. And that just lapped the last time around, all three of the lead trio in the 203s. So no gain made there by Rob Huff. But on pace over the last half hour or so, you have to say that you'd bet on that gap being rather smaller than that by the time Huffy brings the 38 car to pit lane in what is going to be at least half an hour's time.
Yeah. On board the 66 Attempt Tour Racing Porsche, which is running in 11th position for Fabian Turner.
By the way, the first car to profit from the misfortune of the number 1 car that's now dropping back through the teens again, I'm afraid. All that good work overnight undone is the number 14 car. It's Eric Maris, the win at the moment of the surviving Spirit of the Race, the AF Corsa car.
Second in the A6.
Second in the AM class, indeed. And what can happen in Pro can surely happen in AM, so they'll be pushing hard.
Anybody who's got a Porsche at the moment is going to be a bit squeaky.
Absolutely.
Adrian Amschutz then leads as well, it must be nearly daylight now because the floodlights over the top of the grandstands have gone out, which have been blinding me for the last 13 and a half hours.
And up into second at SP2 now. And is the Mosler 136. That's had an up and down sort of race, but at the moment on the up.
How many laps has that done?
That has done 339 laps.
So that's just your basic 50 laps.
50 lap advantage to the Nissan at the moment.
Yeah.
And that is
and
second.
just outside the top 25 at number 26.
Yeah.
Nick?
In shocking SP2 news, the Orange Viper is fired up and being stuck back together again, literally. It really has got so much damage of little kind of... It looks like it's been attacked by a herd of mice. And they've nibbled bits off every single corner. And they kind of chewed away, and then they're just putting it together again. And now that's the car you can hear in the background revving. The driver's about to be got in with the team manager here. Oh, he's taking pictures of us both. How many hours this race so far have you been working on the car?
I think in total about 5 or 5.5.
What was the most recent problem?
The most recent problem was, well, we had a touch with another car. It kind of moved the steering system into, touched the engine. So the engine, when it was running, it was pushing into the steering system, then the hydraulics started leaking and the whole power steering was gone. We had to change the complete steering system.
It's great work, well, you'll be out soon. So they certainly are showing the spirit of the race, because that thing's been in the wars more than you could ever expect. So that's some fantastic stuff, and they'll actually be back out and chasing down this end very soon.
Code 60 for a Seat in the middle of the track with the driver's door open. The driver, I believe, is out of that car. This is one of the A3 cars, and it's, I think, over at turn 5. Yes, it's 5 and 6. Yes, it is. It's had contact with something. There's fluid across the front of the car. I'm trying to see where the driver is. Looking at the picture of that car, I can't see the driver in the car, but I can't see him out of it either.
I think he's bailed and run from that, knowing that he's in a place of danger.
The Hyundai i800 minibus ready to go out and pull it back away.
Driver is there behind the wall, John,
wearing a very nice set of Audi overalls.
Not very happy, Bunny, is he?
No, I think he may have got some assistance there as the field goes back. Now, the Rob Huff is somewhere, he's got about 12 laps to run before he needs to be in the pits. Jerome Bleekemolen probably only 2 or 3.
They are set up for Bleekemolen, John. I think Bleekemolen was coming in this lap before code 60 got called.
Right.
Because the tyres are out, the mechanics are out, and more importantly, the driver Abdul Al-Faiz is also getting is also ready to go. So this is the case where again perhaps they're going to see how long the code 60 is to try and avoid the compensation situation.
It's the 95 car that's in trouble here. This is the that's Christian Kranenberg, the 6th place A3T car, 54th overall, and there does appear to have been potentially contact there, doesn't there?
Well, you'd think so.
It's an odd place.
It's an odd place for the radiator to just drop everything without any kind of contact. Here comes the very overworked. Now, 78 it's saying on the screen.
It says 95 on the door.
Well, 78 it says on the screen. I'm just seeing.
Unless there's 2 cars out there. Actually, that's not turn 5. That says turn 7 for...
Well, that's turn
5.
No, that's in between 6 and 7. Is there another one further back? Oh, hang on. There's a BMW further round. And that is the 75 car.
75, not 78.
Hang on, let me have a little look. 78, I'll give you that.
Okay, so it would appear, evidence would appear to...
Those two have been in contact with each other then.
And that was actually that car running second in A5 and inside the top 30.
Yeah, that was the Hoffa Cooper Racing E46 Coupe. There it is. The i800 has gone out to tow that one back because it looks like it is towable, whereas the Seat, which we believe is number 95, I think Graham said.
Yeah.
That's going to have to go on a rollback. And this is our now 10th.
I think that might be right.
Was the one whilst I went for breakfast? No. So
I will confess to having rendered myself unconscious on my keyboard for about 15 minutes, so I'm not confident.
Is that the post that's... Yes. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now that I had a look at the front page of dailysportscar.com. That's fine.
Or www.dribble.com, as we are this morning. 78 is underway on the tow rope.
Yeah.
And I
it's
think
remarkably standard, that car, actually.
That Seat is going to need the flatbed, isn't it?
Yeah, the flatbed's already there, Graham, and it's down. Immensely efficient. I'm terribly impressed with the recovery guys here. No alternative, by the way, than to go full course caution here in code 60 with that car sitting as it was.
No, it was
smack bang in the middle of a very tricky
broadside as well.
Yeah, very, very tricky braking area between 6 and 7. At Specutainment, if you'd like to get in touch with us, that's DSC editor at RC Racing. All on duty this morning. How's the temperature, Nick? Is it starting to get a little bit warmer?
It has picked up a couple of degrees. It's actually very pleasant at the moment. So if it doesn't rain and...
it doesn't rain?
Yes, I'm just thinking with my brain, which just takes a hell of a long time these days. If it doesn't rain and we get a little bit of sun, it's going to be rather pleasant, I think. I think I might be, perhaps, Bruce has got a couple of hours before we come back for TV at 11. Obviously, the key point really is I need to get the Iris Specs back on again, you know. And I'm not one of these people. Yeah, I'm not one of these people. You know, I'm not a rapper. I'm not aware that it's dark.
There's a lot of fluid leading from the scene of that accident to the point at which the BMW ground to a halt. And actually, the car has now been stopped before the next turn on the outside.
That's it.
I would
so
say
the tow has stopped. Sorry, Nick.
No. I would say that enough cars have now come into the pits that there's going to be a traffic jam at the petrol pumps because they've all decided to come in.
There's a lot of
not in the top 5.
Yeah, there's a lot to show. There's 2, 3 cars being shown at the moment at the fueling point.
I've just seen 4 more turn the corner.
4, 5, 6 with F next to their descriptors.
The Boots and Ginon thing, McGann has decided not to. Just gone out and taken, just gone straight out.
The Boots and Ginon thing.
McGann Trophy. I recognise that from a long way away by its slab sides in its colour scheme as the Mosler goes underneath me. Now in a battle for position 2 in SP2 with the constantly being repaired orange Viper number 12. Aston 17 comes out after a routine code 60 stop, and still the number 2 car, which of course will pick up a correction if it comes in. They've put the tyres to the side, and obviously they're going to try and hope that they'll be cleared in time for them to make a normal stop, or stop under normal conditions.
I don't think we've seen any of the top 5 in this time, have we?
Perhaps they've learned it doesn't work.
Well, Blakemorlan must be close.
Just looking at the 28 LNT, Ginetta going back into the garage again. And there will come a time, John, when you ask for nominations to spirit the race. And I'll tell you something, there's a crew that deserves a vote or 3.
Yeah. My
guess would be that in other circumstances they may have given up that fight. But a proper job by the Team LNT guys. A couple of big delays, not of their own making overnight. And Raw Emotion carrying them through tonight, last night, I think.
The 57 has come back and it's got a massive front end bit of damage, so he's been involved in this fun and games out there. He smacked the car in the front as it goes back. That's the Honda, and that's
it's the Honda Coupe, isn't it? The lap 57 car.
The majority of damage is on the front right, but he's certainly gone at the back of someone at a relatively reasonable pace on that front right.
Is it at least one of the fogs, or is it one of the headlamps pointing downwards?
Yeah, there's more than that. That isn't going to polish out, put it that way. Push right to the back of that pit, because he's at the back half of the pit. That's not a very successful 111, whichever that way is, which is 4A, because that's also the 163 Team Parker racing car, which has long since retired despite changing an engine. And that's the sound of the 12 Viper, taking that fight to the Mosler. And out on the apron, the 126 Nissan, which has been probably battling with that Viper for most time and most things changed in the pits. And that joint sounding very road car-ish. It's like he's just trolling down to the shops. Still the number 1 Black Falcons, the pre-race favourite, is receiving attention. He is now down off the high jacks. I'm not sure whether how much they're interested in getting that one back out again, actually.
78 still stationary on the outside of the track and no longer under tow, actually, John. Tow rope has been removed from that car. I think they're waiting for a flatbed. I suspect that car is still leaking and that they were waiting for a flatbed to recover that car.
Now it's all very quiet in the pits. As all bar 2 cars have gone through and cleared and are queuing at the petrol for a bit of unleaded and some green shield stamps.
Yeah,
so the i800 started to tow that
it's leaking fluids, I think. That's why they're going to put it on the back of a flatbed, John. And there was a flatbed making its way back towards the pit lane at a rapid rate, and I think it's going to be making its way around to that part of the track quite quickly too. What they didn't want to do, you presume it's coolant, is trail that around.
Spot on 6 hours to go. We move into the last quarter of the race under code 60. Purple flags out. Adrian Amstutz leads the race on 441 laps, 441 laps. From in second place, Rob Huff in the 38. All Inkel Munich Motorsports Mercedes-Benz. 438 laps in third place, Jerome Blakemorlan.
And 6 hours to go. Great 6 hours of racing, say some people. Thank God for that. Just 6 hours left, say the mechanics.
Yeah, then they've got to prep the cars, break down the pits, throw everything into the containers.
They might just have a beer first.
Do you think?
Yeah.
There's a possibility of that, isn't there?
So for the moment, it's all gone quiet, and they proceed in orderly fashion under code 60. Rest of World Motorsport, are you watching? It does go remarkably quiet, doesn't it, when there's a code 60?
And it's very, very loud outside. I literally walk with my fingers in my ears down to the staircases.
Well, as I say, after my face keyboard interface moment this morning, decided to wake myself up, and I thought the best way to do that is to stand out there for about 13 seconds. And boy, that woke me up.
I bet it did.
It is remarkable, you know, doing what we do, how seldom you get to actually stand outside and watch race cars.
Actually watch race cars, yeah. Very true. Nick, where are you?
I'm opposite the Black Falcon pit. Why? Where do you want me?
No, I was just wondering.
Oh, the 144, the GC car, has not caught fire, but it is serving a penalty for something.
Oh, yes, I can see that.
It could be for possessing parts of many other cars at the same time. I think there's Vauxhall Novas in Liverpool that have got less stoner cars.
It is the Frankenstein of the pit lane, isn't it?
It's in so many ways.
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein, yes. Igor. And
still looks a bit sort of crispy round the back, doesn't it?
It does a bit.
I think it's quite good that the one that caught fire is the one that's still going. Of course, no one caught fire,
and it did properly catch fire.
So.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, hang on. Well, what's that?
I was just watching why the safety car or the intervention vehicle was reversing back up the track briefly, but it's now regained its forward motion. It's now blocking pit in.
Deliberately?
Yes.
What's that about then?
Have we got somebody stuck?
No, it's debris. It's debris.
Okay.
He's picking up debris.
Is that the 144?
No, that's still sitting, soaking up this penalty.
It looks like the Falcons might have to blink, because Abdul Alfaz is the number 2 car. Is actually now waiting by the pit box. So unless he's really impatient, he's got a long wait. They're going to go around another lap.
I think I've realised, Nick, why it is that the 144 is there for so long. It's because it's actually taking the penalties for itself, the 142 and the 143, because it's obviously got component parts from all 3 of them.
It's off.
It's moving.
I don't understand why there's nothing going on. There's a bit of pointing.
There's now a very large pile of cement dust behind that BMW.
Yes.
It is definitely fluids, and I wonder, John, whether it's not coolant. It's dumping a whole lot of something. We saw a trail of fluid leading from the scene of the accident where the Seat lay, and I'm pretty certain that what they're trying to do is to deal with those fluids before they put it on the flatbed.
The number 17 makes a second visit to the Gravity Aston Martin, make the second visit to the pits during this period.
Kraft.
I'm sorry, it's Kraft. Yes, I read the sponsor rather than the entrant, which is very naughty.
Now for a car that pretty and that sonorous, it has had a very quiet night. Just quietly going about its business, the middle order of the top 10.
There must be a couple of people, like the number 7, thinking we have missed a major opportunity this year. Because that car was quick, and I mean, thinking the 2 cars which I think are really kicking themselves, who never got involved in the fight, never had a chance to break down late because they broke down early, were the 7 and the 5. You know, the 2 WEC entries as such.
Yep. I think I'd agree with that. It's I think there'll be a lot of people thinking this is a race that was winnable.
Yeah. In 19th and 20th position, just a little factoid, we have 2 doctors.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Doctor Who?
No, Dr. Kirchhoff and Dr. Kemper.
No, sorry, that was a question. Doctor Who, sorry.
I think it's a question. It's the premise of the last 3 series of the programme, apparently. Oh, good, a fellow fan, excellent. Just goes over John's head, my Doctor Who references.
It's never been the same since William Hartnell left.
No, Tom Baker. John Pertwee was the best.
Tom Baker.
I like a bit of John Pertwee. And he's even good as Wurzel Gummidge as well. And that's the 80s TV reference to tick off. Well, any second now, the number 2 car is going to come in. Now, they've got those caliper opener things, but surely this is not the time to do any mechanicking, because you've got to give it all back later.
Yes. Good point.
Yeah, we've now got a second flatbed on the scene.
And now the number 1 car is trying to rejoin the race, but it's being blocked by the tyres for the number 2. So they've actually got themselves into and the number 2's coming in. So it looks like, the number 1 can't rejoin because the number 2 is going to have a pit stop first. So that, I suppose it doesn't really matter the one so far behind, but he could be on the track now if it wasn't for the fact that number 2 is about to take a pit stop. And in comes Jeroen Bleekemolen. And he gets
3 flatbeds now.
Faisal gets
just
in.
the 2. Attempto Racing 66 from 11th position. Dimitrios Constantiniou.
It's a rear pad change here for the number 2 car, guys. The back, the openers have already gone in. They're working hard on that rear left. There's so much work on rear lefts of these SLSs.
As they're trying to get the number 1 car out of the garage at the same time.
Yeah, they got blocked in. I think they really kind of decided the number 1 car isn't going to win, so they just thought we'll just wait. And there he goes. Almost took over the feet of the mechanic. And the rear brake change has been completed on the left-hand side. I assume it's probably going quite well on the right-hand side. No, try to put the old tyre back on again. That's not a good idea. Almost put the old tyre back on again, but luckily last minute they got a new one. That'll help. So some of the precision of the Black Falcon team has disappeared. Stop. Oh, it's about to start, and there's a problem on that right-hand side. They had to abort the takeoff. Just so saying, the precision of the team disappeared. It shows again how it
didn't have the right rear wheel on, mate, at all.
They did it again. They managed to put, after the brake change, the left-hand side tried to put the old tyre back on again, and the right-hand side did put the old tyre back on again. That is a tired team that has lost focus.
So is it just rear brakes there,
Yeah,
Nick?
just rear brake pads, yeah.
Meantime, the BMW M3, the 78 car, in a very fetching shade of green, is loaded onto the rollback. And here comes the... Oh, no, hang on. No, it is the 21. Rick Abresh out of position number 4 in the 21. This is the pole-sitting car from this year's race. Plunked there by Nicky Pastorelli. I think we've spoken to this man the most in the whole of the race, and I don't mean Nick Damon, I mean Jeroen Bleekemolen.
Well, he is driving 2 cars. Jeroen, a good, strong attempt to drive back through the field, but it's a long way, isn't it, from where you are?
Yeah, I can't believe we're already where we are now. It's such a crazy race this year. So many quick cars are out already. The number 4 just broke down. I couldn't believe it. They had such a strong lead. Sorry for them, but it's great that we are moving back up. And even the leaders aren't too far away. Normally we don't make it, but you never know. It's still more than 5 hours, so we keep going, and we'll see where we end up.
How is the number 2 car? I know you've been, obviously you changed pads there. We've seen a couple of times you're having a good old look around it. Is it running solidly, or is it already carrying a few issues?
Well, I just had on this stint a lot of oversteer. We don't really know why, so maybe it was tire pressure. But in general, the car is good. The brakes can go to the end now, so we don't have to make extra pit stops or anything. So it's running well. I mean, I couldn't do a really strong pace anymore, so there is some damage here and there. That probably doesn't help, but we can have a decent pace until the finish.
Well, I suppose the really good thing is, as long as you keep going, you should make the podium.
Yeah, and I've never been 3rd here before, so only 1st, 2nd, and 4th. So you never know. Maybe I do that today.
It's good to fill in the gaps. Thanks, Jeroen. Yes.
Well, Jeroen is indeed the driver with the strongest record in this race, with 2 wins and a second.
A quick question.
Yes.
Because he trolled past me as we were talking. What's the story of the pole sitters race, number 21? Because he's kind of after that great first stint with Nicky Pastorelli, he kind of disappeared from view. What have they been doing?
They've been in the middle order of the top 10 more or less throughout, and have been climbing back up through the order, and sit now 4th at this point. And I think they've actually had a very good run. We were saying earlier in the show, Nick, that it's not the strongest driver squad in depth compared to some of the other A6 runners. And that said, actually, this is a pretty good showing from them.
Yeah, I haven't reported on them having any problems. They must have had effectively a clean run, but as you say, with one standout driver and 4 gentlemen.
Well, in fact, I think there's a couple of the gentlemen I think have performed extremely well, and can recall at least a couple of them, John, fending off cars that you have to say had, you know, what you would regard as being a much stronger driver lineup.
Yeah,
we know the car's strong, but the kind of the steady, consistently quick, if not blinding pace, has been enough to actually keep them. Well, in the running, to the point that all we need really is, you know, one further big issue for one of the front runners, and you've got a 2006 ex-factory Corvette on the podium.
Yep. I know that people are talking about it being a P1 car, but as I said earlier on, that is a P1 car of 2006 vintage.
Yep.
Which actually was designed probably quite a bit before that, because nobody was building new GT1 cars at that time apart from Nissan, and they built them to the new regs, not the old regs.
And you would have had to grandfather that down to that, and
yep.
It would have been by the time it ran elsewhere. It's an old car now. It's a very pretty old car.
But I mean, cars get tired.
Yep.
Chassis flex.
Well, it's a credit to Patrick Salazar, who looks after this car. A name we'll know from the SRT Corvette, of course, and it's one of Patrick's cars that was in Patrick's charge that ran alongside this car in the FI GT1 Championship in the early years.
Well, the good news is that we have flatbeds in motion.
We're going to be underway pretty quickly now, I think.
And they are heading straight round towards the cutout, followed by the intervention Audi TT.
And dropped enough fluid that they're worried about the seagull population, I think.
In comes the i800 minibus, the Hyundai. I think he's going to just reposition to his normal spot.
So, for those joining us after a hearty breakfast, just to remind you that the very recent issues for the previous dominant leader, the number 4 car, Sebastian Ash, stopping out on circuit with what looks like drivetrain issues. The car in the garage. The new leader is the number 20 car, the Stadler Motorsport car. This the team, and indeed the car number that led quite a proportion of last year's race. Adrian Amstutz at the wheel of that car, but he is being chased down hard at the moment by Rob Huff in the number 38 All-Inkle Mercedes-Benz. Rob, though, will owe us a pit stop pretty soon in that car. And third at the moment, and just having had a stop under purple, and therefore will owe us a bit of a penalty stop later, is His Highness Abdulaziz bin Turkil Al Faisal in the number 2, the leader of the 2 Black Falcon cars.
Here comes the little convoy of...
Whoa.
Yeah, well...
Fourth, by the way, is we get the note green flag in approximately 1 minute, so we'll be back to racing in under 60 seconds. The Corvette in 4th position.
Nick, with some better news from the pit lane.
I got 2 bits of good news. The 125, which is the D1 leader, is back out on the track, so it was relatively easy to fix the tow lead. The other good news is a racing driver just bought me a cup of coffee.
Ah,
what does he want?
Karen Chanduk came up and said, "Do you want a cup of coffee?" What a lovely man. Now, it's nice coffee. It's not Cafe Nero style, but it is delivered with love, so I'm very chuffed to have it.
There you go. Take back everything I said about Formula 1.
Yeah, he's not in Formula 1, that's probably why.
In comes the 79 BMW, the 2 flatbed trucks.
It's a flatbed race. And the 78 flatbed is ahead of the flatbed that just contains cans of water and gas.
The rise in revs tells you that we are racing again with 5 hours and 45 minutes to go. And let's see who is awake enough to get going straight away without looping the car under cold tyres. Paul Truswell is back.
How's that for timing?
Fabulous.
Perfect.
Did you notice that it went purple just as I went?
Yeah, very good. I think he's got some kind of deal, you know.
No, I had the purple flag in my back pocket.
Ah, right. So let's see if Rob Huff can get back down to business and try and close down the number 20 car, the Stadler Motorsport car ahead of him. Potentially, well, no, we do have 3 class leaders then in the top 20 overall. The AM, which is still the number 19, Duncan Heisman in the Mercedes-Benz. Number 1 is the number 42.
The 20 car obviously leading A6 Pro in the amateur class. It's the number 19, Duncan Heisman, and the 42. You're quite right, the 997 class, John.
Yeah.
Next most likely is that stealthy BMW, the A5 leader that's led that class for the whole of the race. I think the number 62 car, the JR Motorsports car, Kern Burgert at the moment at the wheel of the BMW. And not a million miles away from getting into the top 20, that car.
Has thinned out a little bit out there, but it's not exactly empty, is it?
No. So, got a couple of minutes and we'll start to see the relative pace now. Sky's looking a little bit brighter, I think, just at the moment. No immediate sign of the rain we were told we might get early mid-morning.
Viper fighting its way back through the field.
Position change in the top 10, John, immediately, and it's Richard Lyons going 6th position ahead of the 458. So Richard Lyons in the Aston Martin, number 17 car, up to 6th position. And pulling away from Alexander Matchul.
Down the back straight.
Indeed.
I'm so shocked to see how few people get anywhere close to the apex on turn 10, Graham. Some very good drivers as well. You'd think you'd want to get a really good exit from that to pop up the hill to turn 11 and then 12, which is climbing all the way.
Not been round this circuit, so difficult to know. No, I've not. Difficult to know whether or not there's any advantage in taking a kind of unconventional line here.
Well, there certainly is when it's wet.
Well, I just wonder whether or not there's something down in that corner that perhaps one or two of the smarter guys know that. As the refettled Viper gets involved in a bit of a tussle.
Watch the inside, there's a BMW there. I think it's the 76 of Dirk Werner fighting his way back through as he goes past us.
And away he goes. The Viper unable to find the ponies to get past the Ferrari, and I think he's going to be taken up the inside. You're quite right, there he goes by the 76 car, who blows by the Ferrari too. So very good under the brakes. And first flying laps completed.
2:03.4 for Rob Huff.
2:09 for the leader. That could well have been traffic. We'll keep an eye on that. 2:02.4 for the number two Mercedes-Benz with its brand new brakes. Richard Lyons, though, is the quick man at the moment. 2:01.976 for Richard. He's got laps to make up to get onto terms with the next target for the Aston Martin. That is the AM leader.
So still waiting for these stops at the head of the field that Paul was predicting before he left.
Fastest.
Blake Molan around about 4:40, sorry. And he is on...
Ready for a... Sorry, John, the 38's getting ready for a stop. Driver is getting his helmet on. The tyres are being offered from the pit lane. So that's the All-Inkle car currently in the second will be stopping soon.
Who's getting ready, Nick?
I just need to nip in, because I've been enjoying myself in the pit wall, and now I'm going to need to nip in the garage and find out. I wonder whether they might try and just rotate the two pro drivers now towards the end, or that's just too much racing.
It's got to be said, René Münnich was actually, he's been racing well. Nothing wrong with his pace.
He's a more than competent journeyman driver. Would that we were so good.
There's Mark Bosseng is going to get in.
There you go. Okay.
René's in front of me wearing fashions that Kai Ebel will be proud of, and if you know what I mean, you know what I mean.
I think this is maximum attack moment, isn't it? Meantime, Phil Quaife puts in the fastest lap of the race for the 89 car. This is the A3T leader now. And up inside the top 30. Quaife, 2:14.949. In fact, we've got between positions 22 and 29, no fewer than 5 class leaders.
Wow.
The A5 leader in 22nd position. The SP3 leader, the 155 car, in 25th. 26th is the 123, the Nissan SP2 leader. A3T, as we say, for Phil Quaife, 27th, and 29th is the A2 leading car. That's the 106, Martin Clausen at the moment at the wheel. 2 minutes, .902 for Rob Huff that last time around. This is that's half a second dead off the fastest time of that car's race so far. Quick stuff from Huffy, and that's almost a full 5 seconds quicker than the leader can currently muster. The number 2 car, 2 seconds off that, 2:02.9 for Abdelaziz bin Turkel Al Faisal. So it's clearly, at the moment, in terms of the raw pace that's available, that baton at the moment with the 38 car. Richard Lyons still in the 201s though, 201.411, and pulling away even further from that number 458 Ferrari. Phil Quaife again lowers the bar, or raises the bar rather, in A3T, 2:14.604, so that's 2 successive fastest laps of the race for the number 89 Seat. And another car putting in the fastest lap of its race, it's the 150 car, this the Audi, Jonathan Venter, 2:11.705 for that car, 35th overall and 3rd in SP3. Trying to chase down the 164 car, somewhere ahead at the moment. Duncan Huisman dips into the Duncan Huisman dips under the 205, so that's another one of his laps blown. In the number 19 car, this is the AM leading 19 Mercedes-Benz.
Morning, sunshine.
Good morning. And how are you?
I'm quite well. Actually, feeling a lot better than I did a little while ago. You had a little snooze on your desk?
Yeah, I think most of the internet
knows. 15 minutes. We were making fun, we were throwing paper wads at you. Oh, just being our usual childish selves.
I love you guys. It's 2:04.961 for Huisman. That's not particularly good news. He's looking to respond to Lyons, but that does dip him under that 2:05. How many of those, what do we call those laps? Paul?
What was the question? Sorry.
The Joker laps.
Joker laps.
The number 19 car's just scored another one. It's number 10 that's on the cusp, isn't it? Not the number 19.
Yeah, it's number 19. I've got at 8. That was its 8th, I think.
8th. So getting perilously close to the point where they won't be able to afford another one without penalty. I made the cardinal sin then of actually interrupting Paul while he was crunching numbers. I will never do that again.
No, please do. Just give me a chance to...
Bad grams.
No problem. I, for a little while before we had that last neutralisation code 60 period, I thought we might be getting towards 600 laps on the overall race, but I don't think we're going to after all. I think we're going to be a little bit short. Hard to say without knowing quite how the race is going to pan out for the next 5.5 hours, of course.
And by the way, bang, in comes another car that scored a sub 2-minute lap, and it's Richard Lyons who's done it. It's a 1:59.962.
Happy hour coming a little late.
Just a little late. I think happy hour was there under purple, but Richard Lyons definitely got the hammer down. He's looked to put some clear air between him and the Ferrari, and he's doing that in fine style.
Car has climbed back into the top 5 in class, 6th overall.
And let's keep an eye on what the gap is, the lead gap, which is definitely coming down under 3 minutes now. 2 minutes 55 seconds now, the gap between the 20 and 38 car. But it can't be long before we see Rob Huff rolling down pit lane.
Hopefully he's driving down.
I'd hope so, otherwise he's in real trouble.
What was the number of laps that I said? Because I need to adjust that because of the purple period. It's on a piece of paper just to your left. Right, so...
no, it was on his left.
So I said 450 for Huffy, and he's not even reached 450 yet, has he? Because of that code 60 period.
He's at 4:48, Paul, so he's got 2 laps to go. The
well, at least, because he'll have saved fuel.
That's true.
With the purple.
Team manager of the number 78 report to the race director.
Yeah, I strongly suspect that's to do with the incident involving the Seat that brought out the last code 60.
Last code 60, yes.
So those lap times coming down. The lead group, 201s and 202s, pretty prevalent there, particularly second and third position. Rob Huff again, 202.1. Faisal with a 202.7 last time around.
Have we updated the fans while I was gone on? I know you covered the Ford story, but the fact that he's now been in the pits almost an hour.
We've not, but you're right. 56 minutes, 28 seconds, 29, 30. I could carry on. But clearly, drivetrain issues there. We know from Nick. Sorry, Nick.
Sorry, I did pop down and see them. And by the way, we're just about to get the Huff stop, which may include brake pads. They are offered up in the tin. The number 4 car, lots of gearbox bits have been taken out. They were still putting it back together again when I was down about 2 minutes ago. It was more than just drive shafts because they replaced the starter motor. They've not taken the whole gearbox out because the new, fresh, clean one is still to the left. They may well have cannibalised some parts off it, so that's been a very big change, and they're going to obviously tick over the hour. They may well get out again, but obviously they are completely out of contention. And those little air hammer sounds you can hear are the very excited 38 All-Inkle mechanics getting ready to welcome Rob Huff.
Thank you, Nick Damon, patrolling the Nissan pit lane team. Down there by himself for the next half an hour, and then I think Bruce Jones takes over. When do you two double team tandem?
We decided to have ourselves when you need us most, which is at the end. Because obviously I'll be obsessed with camels, and at that point Bruce can actually talk to the people who've won all the classes.
There you go.
We don't normally get to talk to the class winners because I'm wandering past the guys doing the stick dance and then going trying to find someone buy a camel. So Bruce is going to do all the hard work and find all the class winners.
We should probably explain to people who haven't tuned in before.
Oh, don't, because that way they now have to stay for the next 5.5 hours to find out what the earth he's on about.
See, Nick's secretly a TV guy because that's right. You don't tell him anything. You just tease them so they stay. You know.
Here comes Rob.
Rapist loose in a Charlotte neighborhood. Details at 11.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
And that's the car going up, and it's all looking very routine so far. Now this is where they'll check the brakes. They're not checking. We are going to get a front pad change as well in this stop. So Huff means it's a less frenetic change to Marc Bossang. The openers coming in. The man now is trying to just remove those pads. We've seen this before, of course, with the Black Falcon team. The old ones are out. That tends to be the easy bit. And they get the new bit. And talking about the Black Falcons and Mercedes SLS, I can see the corner of my eye, the number 1 car is going back in the garage again, which is about the 4th time that car has seen an unscheduled stop. So after 2 years of pretty much faultless run, they've managed to store up 3 years of bad luck for one race. We're cleaning out the way. The pads have been done. That's the front right going on. The left-hand side, the pads are smoking. The old pads are smoking nicely in the tray. That was an optional choice. There's still plenty of meat on those pads. I assume the idea is they wouldn't actually last the remaining 6 hours. I'm now chasing down Mr. Huff to see if I can get a word with him. He's taking a drink. And here comes Robert. The car still we worked on, actually. So I think it's the first I've managed to talk. I think it's the first I've managed to talk to a driver who's got out of a car while his car's still here and it's not broken.
I know it's going. I don't want to jinx us, but so far in the night stint and since we've had daylight, the car's been awesome. We had some rotten luck at the beginning. I think we've had about 9 minutes of penalties with this code 60 stuff, but car's going really well. And like I say, the sun came up, or the light came in. The grip in the car's awesome, and it's there every lap. Use it while we've got it. You know, we're in P2. Don't want to be first losers. We want to try and win this thing.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has fallen by the wayside, and you've driven back through after those issues with code 60, but you've got a pretty reliable Porsche ahead of you. So, do you think you can get them on pace?
I don't know. They're doing pretty consistent lap times. Was checking on the radio almost every lap exactly what was going on. And, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough car to beat. They proved that straight from the word go. But, you know, just great fun being here in Dubai.
Are you going to continue rotating all 3 drivers the last 6 hours, or is it just going to be you and Mark trying to get to the end and get that win?
I'm not sure what's going on yet. I think, you know, Renault tends to get a little bit nervous at these sort of points, so we'll just see what happens. But, you know, I think he should go out at the end of the day. He's been, you know, he's more than capable of doing 202s, which he's proved this weekend. So he should go out there and do a stint. I need him to drive because I've done about 8 hours now.
Oh, come on, Robbie. You must have about 22 hours at Thunderhill, didn't you?
It's, yeah, to be fair, I did about 8 at Thunderhill, but it's a little bit different to my normal 20-minute spins.
That's true. You haven't crashed yet either.
Hit a few cars, though.
Well, that's standard, that is.
He's hit 1 or 2, right?
Well, that's it. I mean, he's a touring car driver. It's actually in his contract that he has to have contact.
Freudian slip there. Freudian slip there. So the 38 car now at the fueling point, and presently Marc Basseng will go out and continue the Orlenco assault on the lead of this race. Hopefully not on the leader of this race, but the 20 car meantime, Adrian Amstutz, is lapping consistently pretty quickly, 2:04.355 last time around. But with this stop, should elevate the number 2 car to 2nd position.
Richard Lyons just throwing down a 2 minutes even, .927. So he's still in pursuit of the, well, he's in pursuit officially of the 21 car, but overall, top 5, he needs to catch the number 9 Mercedes SLS, which is leading the AM category, 19, not 9.
And the number 17 car, we described it as having had a reasonably quiet race, but together with the 66 car, that holds at the moment the 3 screens we can look at.
Yeah,
21 pit stops, as opposed to the 15 that the leaders had. And therein may lie the tail of the Aston Martin race.
Yeah, exactly. Therein lies the 9 laps that they are in arrears to the leader.
21, just to pick up on that point, Graham, 21 is the winner for number of pit stops. The most pit stops by anybody actually shared between the other car that's done 21 is another A6 Pro car, funnily enough. It's number 66, the Porsche of Jürgen Hering.
The Atempo Porsche. One of 3 Atempo Porsche.
Basseng now away from fueling and out on track. And my guess would be that we're going to see how quickly that car will actually physically go at the moment.
The 38?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of...
I think they showed him a raw steak.
I don't think they need to. I don't think they need to.
They probably just hit him with it.
Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, just picking up on pit stop times for amongst the vast array of information. Inevitably, you get that as well. The number 19, the GDL Racing Mercedes SLS, is ahead of the game, 55 minutes and 49 seconds. The Stadler Motorsport team, the race leaders, number 20, has done 55 minutes and 53 seconds. And who else have we got? 58 minutes for the 888 Dragon Racing team. And there's a 57 there for the number 44 Black Falcon Porsche 997 Cup car.
Yet again, we see the tenet still maintained that to win these races, you've got to stay out the pits.
Yeah. Yep.
It's one thing having the pace on track, but this is a proper team sport.
Dirk Werner, thanks to the problems that have befallen the 4 and the 1, has now clawed the Schubert BMW back into 15th position.
And the Titler class, inevitably, has got the shortest time in the pits, and that's the A2 class leader, Jakob Christensen and co. in the Renault Clio Sport, car number 106, the AD Racing K-Razor Clio Sport, has got less than 50 minutes, 49 minutes in the pits only for that car, and that's the overall lowest amount in the pits of those cars that are still running. Obviously, if you count some of the retirees.
As John has now proved, this is Jakob Christensen, Tom Christensen's brother.
Indeed, yes. Didn't Tom did some endurance racing a while ago, didn't he?
Tom, I've never heard of him. Who's he?
Yeah, no.
Yeah. It
Yes,
rings a bell.
Yeah, Tom is Jakob's lesser known.
Yeah.
Kid brother.
It's like Kevin and kind of Magnussen, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I saw Kevin Magnussen's dad down in Caterham.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. Has he done a bit as well?
Yeah. I didn't know he was here, but good heavens. If somebody just tuned in, they would think we were both a couple of knuckleheads. And they'd be right.
Not just those. So looking for likely pit stop intervals, and it's going to be the race leader who's up next, but not for another 25 minutes or so, I fancy, depending on how much time they want to give Adrian Amstutz. He's only single sinting. He's been out for just over an hour now, but certainly last time that car was out, it was a monster stint of 40 laps. Now, I don't expect him to do that again. As Duncan Huisman comes into the pits in the GDL Mercedes number 19.
This, of course, the class leader, A6 Amateur. This is the GDL Mercedes-Benz.
Pitting right here at our feet, basically, down below us here in the tribune. They've driver change going on. The seat insert has come out. The new driver has climbed in as Duncan Huisman has gotten out, and I think Nick has made his way there.
Well, you're doing such a good job, I hardly need to bother. I've walked all the way up here to cover the leader of the AM class pit stop, and you're just saying what I'd say, which is the guys got out, another guy's got in, they're taking off the tear-offs, they've done some tyres, the car's got a few bits of damage, it looks filthy, the doors are being shut, and some nodding going on. Take a bit longer to paste in the new driver. Duncan Huisman stalks off the back. Got a slight problem getting the drinks thing attached, I think.
Some of these driver changes have been less than elegant.
Yeah, I think some of the drivers are less than elegant, that's why. You've got some who are racing driver whipping sized, and some who are, I've got quite a lot of money to spend like motor racing sized. And they don't always get through the very heavily braced doors of these GT3 cars that easily sometimes. I'm going to see if I can grab over Duncan Huisman. Hang on a second. Not sure how much, whether you're going to lose me down here. Oh, you're not. That's good. Wait a second. Duncan? Duncan, it's been an interesting nightfall because and into dawn, because you've emerged as not only the leaders of A6 Amateur, but also very high up on the scoreboard.
Well, yeah, our aim was to go for Pro-Am for P1, but now since we are on P5, it would be nice to have an overall podium. We did well. I mean, the team did a fantastic job so far. Car's really working well, and let's hope we can keep it in this position, or maybe even gain if some of the others are lacking.
Do you think, in a way, it's an advantage that you're only trying to do 2:05s? Because we've seen a lot of contact as guys have been trying to go much quicker at the front.
Well, after qualifying, I said I think the 2:05 is a bit too slow. They should bring it up to for next year to 2:03. Therefore, you don't get these braking and backing off things in the last sector. But now the regulations were there already, and we had to deal with it. But I think we made the right decision, because we were also like, should we go for Pro or Pro-Am? And we decided to go, after a calculation, to go for Pro-Am, and I think it's the right decision at the moment.
Well, it looks like you're winning a class, and who knows, you might still make the podium. Thanks, Duncan.
Thank you.
Interesting theory, Graham, because that is what happens a lot. They've got the dashboard indicators as to whether they're ahead or behind their bogey time.
Absolutely
and,
right. So
if you get a big lift going into turn 16, could cause other people a lot of problems.
But the flip side of that is, if you've got drivers of, let's say, mixed ability pushing for a time that they're going to struggle to make, then perhaps you're going to actually get into even a bit deeper trouble. At least with a driver lifting off, it's going to tend to be the pro driver who will be more aware of what's around him.
Well, and it tends to be the pro driver that's probably going to be closer to going under that bogey time.
There you go. So you're going to expect that they're going to have a little bit more kind of spatial awareness, whereas actually pushing the amateur drivers to go perhaps a bit further, a bit quicker than they're comfortable with, might be the more dangerous option. So I don't know. They've got 2:05. Duncan wants 2:03. Let's settle on 2:04 for next year. But,
somehow I think that.
But one of the things that's been good about this race,
I don't think the Creventic guys wouldn't just dismiss that out of hand.
Well, I mean,
they seem to be open to any kind of suggestion.
And that's exactly the point. Is that what you've seen is constructive changes to the rule set that will generally carry through a kind of a body of support with them.
We're 5 hours 17 minutes to go. What are your thoughts on the top 5 not pitting during the Code 60 so far? And I'll bring you in on this as well, Paul.
It hasn't quite worked the way that they wanted it to, but short of not letting anybody in, I'm not quite sure. And John had an interesting suggestion during the race, which was to say you as soon as the Code 60 is shown, you close the pit lane until the leader comes round, and then when the leader comes round, he gets the option to go into the pits, and when he then either accepts or refuses that option, the pit lane gets opened. So
the leader in effect opens the pit.
So that by either the leader deciding he's going to come in, or by saying he's going to stay out, the pit lane opens.
Boy, that could set up a bit of gamesmanship, though, because if you know that you are just new on your stint, and the guy behind you is an hour and 20 minutes into his, I think we'll stay out and keep that pit lane closed.
No, you can't. As soon as you go past the start-finish line, then the pit lane opens.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't control the.
He doesn't control it. All he does is he defines when the pit lane opens.
Gotcha.
And as I say, I always find it difficult to work out quite how these things are going to pan out until they really happen. But as I said to John, if you talk to Harry Williams about that, then he'll certainly consider it. They'll have a discussion around a table at Creventic, and they'll say, yes, that might be a good idea, but they might not. But they'll consider it, and they do consider most options in a grown-up, sensible fashion. So, that's one way to do it. I think the whole principle of Code 60 is good, especially on a short circuit like this. But as I say, the penalties or compensation stops for the top 5 hasn't quite panned out the way it should have done. But having said that, it hasn't affected materially.
No, it hasn't negatively affected the outcome.
Because I think it would be very difficult, even with that close battle that's going on for second, third places. I don't see that would have really panned out any different. I think what we heard from Rob Huff, he actually gained as much as he lost.
Yeah, I think that's probably it's one for you to do in your number crunching post race, isn't it, Paul? To see.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go. I can't wait to see Paul's post race analysis on this one.
But Paul makes a really valid point here. I've always thought that actually it doesn't matter whether it's motorsport, anywhere in life. If you put a rule in place, if you put something, a process in place, and there's fundamental disagreement with it, you should always be prepared to be open to that criticism, walk away from it, and challenge the people having a bit of a moan and a groan about it to come up with something better. And everything I've seen from Krovantic is that they're prepared to do exactly that.
Yeah, if you're going to complain, come with a solution. Don't
Correct.
just complain.
Yeah.
Yep. Contribute to the cause. Don't just whinge on it.
Yes, indeedy.
So Adrian Amstutz continues to hold sway over the field in the number 20 Stadler Motorsports entry.
Reasonable pace, I think, from Adrian.
204s. Fairly consistent 204s.
Car stop the circuit. That might well be the Ginetta again.
Yeah, it looks like a Ginetta. Could be the
it is the 28. So that's definitely not a G50. Yep. And yes, that is definitely the Ginetta.
It's in sector 2.
Let's see if we can spot that.
Somewhere along the long diagonal back straight, or on the hill coming out and back down again.
Yeah, and let's have a quick look who's aboard the car.
I think it's down here straight in front of us, coming out of the so-called Porsche corner. I reckon it's just by that, the other side of the orange.
It's the boss aboard. It's Lawrence Tomlinson aboard at the moment.
He's got his camping gas out and frying up some bacon butties.
You better hope he's not going to radio in that car. Oh, dear me.
Nick Damon?
Yeah, just say that was the best Welsh accent I've ever heard there, Mike Paul. On a more racing point of view, the erstwhile leader of the D1 class, 125, just driven into the pit box, smelling rather unpleasant of kind of not completely burnt diesel fumes, and it looks like they're going to be replacing the injector rail, so I'm not sure how close the D1 battle is, but they'll be in there for a couple of laps at least, if not 5.
Yeah, and the Ginetta is precisely where Paul said it was, as we've just got an intervention vehicle making a beeline for that location. So I think before too long there's going to be 2 strops involved. One is the one that's going to be towing the car, the other one is going to be Lawrence's mood when he gets back.
12-lap lead for the D1 car, Nick. 12 laps.
So Mark Basseng into the 201s. The gap between the number 2 and the 38 car now down under 23 seconds, 22.974 seconds last time. That's coming down reasonably rapidly. So Abdulaziz Al Faisal is lapping pretty quickly, 203.
Yeah, but Mark Basseng's turning 201s. So.
Absolutely right. And you would expect in that battle it to be Basseng, as we were reminded by a listener earlier in the show, the reigning FI GT1 world champions, therefore the 4th world champion on this grid.
That's right.
You'd expect him to be reasonably quick, and indeed he is again. He takes just a few more tenths out this time, though.
Not many seconds differentials showing on the board now. The most interesting one at this point is the lead battle, second place battle, as Basseng is now 22.349 seconds behind Abdul Aziz Al Faisal. Last lap around 2:03.87 to 2:03.245 for Basseng. So traffic still coming into play here around this 5-kilometer circuit. 5+ kilometers. The number 10 car, the number 3 placed car, the Lamborghini, with Lopez aboard that car, pitting out of 10th position overall and 3rd in the A6 amateur category. Behave, the responsible adult.
Responsible adult has arisen. Okay, there'll be no more japery, jiggery pokery. or any of that sort of nonsense.
Nope. We must behave. We're little angels, Mum. We are. Honest.
And the gap under 20 seconds now. That's a much quicker lap for Mark Basseng. They're back into the 201s against the 204 from the Black Falcon car.
And coming in on the back of a Ford-powered tow rope is the Ginetta, as it makes the lonely.
A Ford-powered car, of course.
Yes, so, that's true. That's right.
There's a 3.7 V6.
Yep. As we see, if you're watching the stream, you see the 38, Mark Basseng, now 19 seconds behind Abdulaziz Al Faisal in the number 2 car, as he just picked up 3 seconds, 3 seconds and a tenth on that last lap.
This is when this is the worrying time for Al Faisal. It's when Mark Basseng can actually smell him ahead. He gets that scent in his nostrils. The hunter engaged. Believe me, he does.
Just gonna leave that one alone.
Car 21. This is the Corvette, spun and continued at turn 7. That counts.
Kenny Workman behind the wheel of that car.
That counts as a major incident in that car's race so far, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It really does.
And,
the Mosler still out there. That's another possible Spirit of the Race
yes,
award nominee for. I think the 144, the 136.
Frankenstein, we're going to call that one now.
And I think any of the Ginettas.
Yeah.
Because of the
cushiness.
Yeah, the heavy hearts with which they have had to toil this week, and they've never given up.
No.
In the honor
stoic
of their great friend. And but the 144, the Phoenix rises again. Well, Nick doesn't agree.
No, I'm sorry. I'm happy to give it to the 28 or the 12 or the Moser, who've all fought constant problems. But the 144 has been a liability on a number of levels. And whilst it's very credible, they've managed to make one car out of 17. It's also caused most of the problems as well.
Yeah.
And if they just caught fire and then they repaired it and that was it. It's just that everything else has gone on there. I do think I did notice that one of the GC cars turned a ridiculously fast lap time. They got 2:06 at one point. So they're obviously very quick when they're running. I'm just not sure they're 24-hour cars, to be honest.
They've got a 6.2 litre V8 in the back. They shouldn't be anything other than quick. But I have to say, Nick, I don't say this very often. I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah, I was going to say this is rare. All three of us up here are kind of nodding our heads.
I'll be honest with you. I'd love to see a half-hour race with 25 of them. I think it'd be spectacular. But I think occasionally you see things here. Why have you brought this particular car to a 24-hour race it wasn't designed for? I mean, McGann Trophy.
Well, you should have seen the first year when the ASA car showed up. They slapped lights on it. The first year we were here 3 years ago
with the Hoosier tyres.
Yeah, yep.
It came down. I think its straight line speed was quicker than anything else on the grid. But then you didn't see it again for quite a while. The gap closing again. 16 seconds last time around. 2:03.355 this time for Al Faisal, going through in the number 2 car, completing his lap 4:60. Basseng, though, will pass us now. It's down under 15 seconds now. 2:02 dead for Basseng.
Does he catch him before the pit stop?
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Okay.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
We've got up to 10 laps until we get the pit stops, and it'll be around about the same time for both numbers 2 and 38. Both of them having done 15 pit stops now, waiting to come in for their 16th pit stop.
Bassing's not long got in.
Yeah, our scoring shows Bassing on 16 with 20 minutes left in his stint.
Yes.
He's only 20
16.
minutes into a stint, so Mark has got a long way to go.
Indeed, yes, I've confused myself, haven't I? Yes, Mark's going into the 480s, isn't he, before he comes in. It's 20 and 2, with a 2 coming in at the same time.
Okay.
So 2 has done 15 stops, and he will be coming in around 474, give or take a couple of laps, and 20 will be coming in around about the same time, of course, but number 20 will get to that number of laps first. But between 8 and 10 laps then, until we get number 20 coming in, and that should be Adrian Amstutz in number 20 to hand over to, probably going back to Christian Engelhardt.
Yep.
I guess they've kind of concentrated on those 3 drivers.
It's been an impressively controlled stint here from Amstutz, under a lot of pressure leading the race. 204s have been about where it's been at.
But it's as if they paced it out. They know they've not got a huge margin, but they've got a bit of a margin. So why not just sit on the bit of the margin they've got, rather than trying to stretch it out and make any mistakes? And as you rightly observed, sometime during the race yesterday, Graham, this is a car, or the Stadler Motorsport team, who led whole chunks of last year's race with the Porsche.
Yeah, that's right.
And once again leading whole chunks, and leading the chunks at the right end of the race this year.
And uniquely in the last 20 minutes, Alfaz will take some time out of Bassang on that time. So around that will have been traffic, I'm sure. And another of the amateur cars dipping on the 205. The 888, I think that's its first.
Second, I think. Let me just check. Yeah, second.
Second. And not the sort of dip they would have wanted.
The first one was on lap 1.
Oh. 204.957.
So we have coming up on 9 a.m. here in Dubai. Overcast day so far. Fairly, the haze isn't as thick as it has been.
No, you get a much clearer view of the skyline now than we had just a little earlier.
And there is still some humidity in the air, which is very unusual for this part of the world, certainly. Coming up on the top of the hour, we will be looking at 5 hours remaining. We will have completed 19 hours of this 24-hour test of various GT machines, GT3 ranging down to little tin top touring cars.
Yep, GT3 machinery, GT4, some of the 24-hour specials that Nick was expressing his personal love for just a moment ago.
Is that love or loathe?
It was somewhere between the two.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say this is a bit of a sandbox, the circuit here.
Yeah.
But it does.
As my wife would say,
yeah.
Remember where you are.
But it does provide a spectacle, certainly from this vantage point.
Oh, I think it's a fantastic facility. I think that in the 3 years that we have been here, it has provided us with great racing.
Oh, great
throughout the 24 hours. It's a fantastic venue. I was especially impressed yesterday. I noticed it last year. This year, there was even more. The number of families with young, hopefully future enthusiasts that were roaming the ground yesterday.
And things to do.
Yeah,
things to do.
Fantastic.
If you want to actually persuade your dad to jump off a crane, you can do it here.
You can do it. You can do it. Yes, we're coming up on 5 hours to go in the 9th running of the Dunlop 24 Hours of Dubai. You're with us on the World Wide Web on RadioLeMans.com. on FM here at the circuit, 87.6 FM. It's Jim Roller, Graham Goodwin, Paul Truswell, and soon joining us in our Nissan-powered pit lane will be Bruce Jones. So less than 5 hours to go now here in Dubai, and we have things have settled in at this point. We're
bedded in. Yeah.
We're at that point in the stint where we have really the 20 car, our race leader, the Stadler number 20 Porsche, with Adrian Anstutz behind the wheel. He's coming into the coming near the end of his stint. He's been out there for an hour and 23 minutes, and then the 5 cars behind him range from 50 minutes into a stint to a short of 18 minutes into a stint. So we're kind of in that area where people are just clicking off the laps, clicking off the time, getting down to those last couple of hours when the real racing will really start.
And the patterns are beginning to emerge, and one of the patterns at the moment is the battle for second position, and that is a real battle now, because we've got the number 2 car getting towards the end of a stint, coming up on just gone by 50 minutes for Abdulaziz bin Turkle Al Faisal in the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. And the gap to Mark Basseng in the similar but differently owned and liveried, the All-Inkle car, is now down under 14 seconds with how many laps? 463 laps under the wheels of those 2 cars. They've got 2.5 laps behind the overall leader, but that 2.5 laps is what, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
A very small problem, and boy, have we had a few of those.
Oh, yeah.
That could be over in a heartbeat.
Bruce Jones has entered the Nissan pit lane. Bruce, good morning.
Yeah, there was a query as to who would be next in the race-leading car, and Christian Engelhardt is standing suited and booted, but the car has yet to come in the pit lane. Have they got any tyres ready? Yes, they have, towards the front. Just on my quick scout down the pit lane, having just taken back over from Nick Damon, I popped in to see our good friends at Team LNT, the number 28 Ginetta running in the A6 class. And they're sort of joking, they're working their way through the alphabet of things that can go wrong, but it's as it was before, it keeps throwing belt. But what really hacks them off is the fact that when it's on the track, the car feels fantastic and is cutting some really good times, the number 28 Ginetta, but alas and alack, there's been a lot of alas and alack, so they're just going to have to keep going. But not all the cars that are resting in the garage are actually that battered. They've just got one particular problem, but as we said, from A to Z there are a lot of problems you can have, and I'm going to stay down by Stadler Motorsports and wait to see the changeover from race leader at the moment, Adrian Anstutz in the 20 Porsche, to Christian Engelhardt, one of the 2 drivers in that team that was really setting quick times during the night.
Big dip in the gap between second and third place that time around, with the third place 38 car going around at 2:02.1. The gap now under 10 seconds, Jim.
Here he comes. You guys said that he would get it done before the pit stop, and he is he was going to need that kind of a gain to get it done, I thought.
Oh dear me, there's a car broadside across the track. There was a 66 car went by, so we've got a car stranded out on the circuit somewhere. But just talking there about a battle between 2 Mercedes-Benz, and it's a big hello from the Radio Le Mans crew to another crew actually looking after Mercedes-Benz machinery in a rather different place. It's the Erebus V8 guys who will be welcoming the travelling crew in just a few weeks' time for the 12 Hours of Bathurst, the Nicky Molly race. Just looking out there somewhere, though, we've got somebody in trouble. But they'll be presumably now just bolting together those V8s, which they're going to be looking to just turn up the hurt again on all those visiting superstars.
They won't be welcoming me, though.
Won't they?
No.
Why?
I'm not going.
Oh, I'm not going either.
Oh.
Should we sulk a bit?
Sure. We can stick our lower lips out and quiver because the responsible adult's looking at us.
She's looking at us in a searching way. We're not going to Australia. I've been, actually, went earlier. Went late last year.
I went to Adelaide in 2000 and absolutely loved it. It's one of the few places I've been in the world where it was like, Anne, go home, get the dogs. I'll see about getting a job while I'm here. It was great. So, Bathurst is definitely on my bucket list.
One year will be welcome.
That was mean. That was mean.
Oh, I'm getting the look now.
Yeah, you deserve the look.
Meanwhile, back in Dubai.
Meanwhile, back in Dubai, there's a pit stop for the 997 class-leading car, the number 42 Fork Racing. Very bedraggled-looking car at this point, but it's a rare one. It's got all its panels intact, and that's probably why they're leading the 997 class. So Fork Racing, number 42, nice clean pit stop, change of tyres. Change of drivers, I think, but I was actually in Stadler Motorsports garage, so I can't be sure of that. But anyhow, 42 holding sway, and not so many hours left.
As we're waiting for the number 20 car to make its appearance in front of Bruce, the 62 A5 class leading BMW with Cohen Bogarts has made a call to the pit lane, and that car too, Bruce, when it leaves the pits and heads down by you will notice also has very little scarring.
And
the car that's cleanest of all, and I actually really like it, you don't normally see many cars in pale blue, is that number 62 BMW.
Yeah, that's
JR Racing. That's just been going so well, and they're one of those lovely teams that have a couple of big monitors on a low table at the front of their garage, so you can whiz past, have a look, and keep going without getting in their way. And so I very much approve of their garage.
Trouble for the 21 car. Danny Workman has looped the 21 car. Widen out a little bit to see.
That's the second time in about 10 minutes.
Yes, that's a good point, Bruce. Good point. That's twice he's been around recently, and
he's directly opposite us, Jim. Just coming round. What is it? Turn 14.
Here we go.
He's refired it.
There he is
in front of us, and he'll get going again without losing very much. He's got a good advantage over the next car up, which is anyway a Class A6 AM car, and that's taking our mind off the fact that within the next lap, it looks like a puncture or suspension problem on that 21, doesn't it, as he takes the option of being close to the pit lane.
It looks like
right rear is down, isn't it? It's the right rear puncture.
That's what it looks like, yep.
Or front.
Yeah, it's right rear.
Front, so it's only a right side puncture.
Yep, right rear. And Mark Bessang now just 4.2 seconds behind Al Faisal as the number 38 car turned a 2:02.2 to Abdul Aziz Al Faisal's 2:07.744 on that last lap, as the 21 car comes in and just pulls straight into the garage. And they are looking at the he might have got them both, Paul, because the right rear was flat, so he may have gotten them both.
I think he might have. The team were trying to get him to go in rear end first, but they've shuffled him in sort of front end first. But the tyres are coming out onto the
they changed the
apron,
changed the rear, and now they're working to try. They've got the car up off the ground on the jacks, pneumatic jack system, and right side tires going on. The rear is done. Now they're finishing up the front.
Sorry, Jim. Race leader is in the pits as well. So Adrian Amstutz in the pit lane on schedule on 470 laps completed. So that gives him 36 laps on the stint for Adrian Amstutz. And Bruce is at which end of the pit lane?
He's there, standing by.
Yes, as if by
Perfect.
complete luck. Here I am, standing one garage away to keep out of the way. The one difference between day and night is that Christian Engelhardt has changed from his night racing suit, which is white and grey, to a rather racier red and white one for the day stints. But of course, even though it was coolish during the night, the drivers were getting out pretty hot from their cars, and particularly if they'd done double stints. A lot of the front running drivers were only doing single stints. Well, actually, no, as soon as I say that, Paul's probably thinking, what are you talking about, Jones? But the ones I got to see were saying, no, we keep cycling to have a see what's going on. Very standard pit stop for the number 20 Stadler Motorsport Porsche, but don't forget it's sitting on a lead of 3.5 laps. They can afford to just lose a few seconds here or there, but they're very organised. The car's going down off its jacks. Engelhardt fires it up, fires dust in my face, and well, it's the least he could do, frankly. and off he goes to be refueled. So that's the number 20 Stadler Motorsport Porsche leading the race.
And out on the racetrack, we have a change of position. The number 38 car has caught and passed the number 2. So Mark Bessing has caught Abdulaziz Al-Faisal and going down the... but then he goes wide. Both cars go wide.
Very wide.
At the end of the back straightaway. I looked down at scoring, and when I looked up, they were both off the racetrack. So Bessing has been able to make it stick, but it wasn't without a fair bit of drama once they got to the end of the back straightaway.
That was serious, wasn't it? That was very committed driving from both of them. And so
Al-Faisal has a problem. He has slowed dramatically and is now cut across. 10, yes, he's got a puncture, and that's what we saw. That's what I saw going. Bessing had to take a. What's the word I'm looking for?
Oh, it's a big one.
Yeah, it's the tires. The tires. No, I think that's just damage from the flat. I think he's that tire let go at the end of the back straightaway.
Well, Jim,
and he had to take it, and Bessing had to take evasive action. That's what he was trying to do.
Well, Jim, that sounded very exciting. I just relayed that information about the near accident to Adrian Amstutz, who was quite interested because, of course, he's just brought car number 20 in from the lead. A good run there, Adrian.
Thank you very much. It's gotten quite much easier than before, as the traffic is so much better than it was during the night. And we have a very good car, but we have decent taps and a technical problem. We hope we can endure the last 5 or 6 hours.
Because Christian said during the night that there was a slight gear change problem. Is that the same thing?
It's the same thing, yeah. Sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. So let's hope for the best. Keep our fingers crossed.
I think Adrian's quite pleased he's out of the car because it's not his problem anymore.
We've just seen a replay of the incident at the end of the...
Altogether. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to see the replay. That was Adrian. He's very happy with his performance.
We've just seen a replay of the incident at the end of the back straightaway, and I think Bessing just overcooked it, but poor Abdulaziz Al-Faisal had the left rear tire just explode on him at the end of the back straightaway, and had everything he could do to keep that car under control.
I think there's one or two explanations for that. The first one was the one that I think we both Paul and I came to together, which was that Mark Bessing was watching his mirrors and saw it happen, and therefore missed his braking point. Or there could have been contact before that.
There certainly wasn't contact when the puncture happened.
Not when it happened,
no. But if there'd been contact going into the corner, which had just done a little bit of damage to the tyre,
I saw the whole thing, and they were never close enough to each other for contact. When Bessing made the pass, it was a completely clean pass. Al-Faisal gave him plenty of room to get by. He has brought the number 2 car to the pits. They have changed the left rear tire and are sending him back out. I did not get to see if there was yes, there was a driver change, so we'll see who takes over the number 2 car. But now Mark Bessing has taken over sole possession of second place and has a good grip on it at this point. See, here's another look. Well, let's see. Yeah, see, there's no contact there.
Right.
There was.
I saw
that.
Unless
I saw that whole happen,
and then that's where they get the drag race down.
See, yeah, there was no contact.
No, you're absolutely right.
Al-Faisal was due for a pit stop pretty soon anyway, and that left rear just blew, and Mark Bessing just... I wonder if he saw the puncture and felt that maybe Al-Faisal was just going to T-bone him straight on, so he gave him the room, which in the end probably was no bad thing.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think he was looking in his mirrors to see where Al-Faisal was, saw the big chunk of tire come off the car, and just lost a bit of concentration. So... but he's gathered it back up and is now in second position.
No other damage, it would seem, to the Black Falcon Mercedes, the number 2 car. They've just put another tyre on that car, taken Al-Faisal out.
A lot of body damage, but hopefully no suspension bits.
But I don't think they had time to do anything to it, because Al-Faisal then in the refueling area. will rejoin without losing any further places, because the one behind him would have been the number 21 Corvette, which in any case has only just come out of the pits now with Alex van 't Hoff behind the wheel.
Meantime, the gap now to look at is the lead gap, and that is 6 minutes and 52 seconds.
Let's go to Bruce.
I'm with Abdulaziz Al Faisal. Now, that was a rather too dramatic moment for you at the end of the back straight. Tell us what happened to the number 2 Mercedes.
Now that I'm just going to corner 3 and 4, felt something tear up, and then some sound, but the car was okay. And then I was on the radio to the team, I'm telling them I'm feeling something wrong. And then just as I hit the brake on the back straight, the tire blew up. So I'm glad that the guy in front of me saw me and he just went straight, or I would have hit him. So.
Yeah, because with Mark Basseng was getting very close, so you could have had both of you out.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But it's good.
Now, earlier in the race, Jeroen was saying that Jeroen Bleekemolen, there had been problems with punctures. Was it the same corner of the car?
Same one. We had a problem with the same corner, and we changed something, and we think that the setup is not proper on the car. So it's really tough to drive the car after 5 laps, you know, when the tire is going. And so I don't know if it's causing the puncture or not.
So who's at the wheel now?
It's Hubert Haupt.
Okay, Hubert Haupt in the car. Thank you, well saved. That was Abdulaziz Al Faisal, number 2 Mercedes driver.
Thank you, Bruce Jones, in our Powered by Nissan pit lane. And that also explains, Graham, why he gave Basseng so much room. He already knew.
Yeah.
He gave him a lot of room going through turn 8 before they went on to that back straightaway. And that's why, because he didn't have a lot of confidence that that car was in one piece.
Well, dear me. We've got a lot of cars at the moment that don't look very much in one piece. As the 38 car hustles its way by one of the Porsches, lacking most of its rear bodywork. Is that the 96 car? I think it was.
Yeah, Christian Engelhardt just lays down the fastest lap for the car.
Wow.
So far in the race, 2:01.454 on his first lap out after his out lap. And teams, be careful. There is a lot of debris, both carbon fiber shards and rubber shards, as now the 38 car comes barreling down the pit entrance and gathers it up and gets down to the 60 km/h mark, and then shortly he will be down to 40 km/h for the to trundle down pit lane and make his 17th pit stop of the race. So
fraction early, I would say, Jim. That's on his 21st lap, and Mark Basseng anyway only just got into the car, so it's a wee bit early. He's going to stop. He's probably near Bruce Jones, isn't he? Bruce is down that end still.
Commuting as ever. I've just been up to see number 2, don't forget. The other end, 17 pushed out of its garage in front of me. It's just... Well, he might have had a flat tyre. They've just replaced the right-hand side tyres, not the left. Out he goes. Just getting out ahead of the 17 Aston Martin. So no driver change, as you said, that wasn't scheduled. It could be a result of all the debris on the track.
That's right, Bruce. He may have driven through some of that debris and, for safety's sake, decided to come in and get 4 new Dunlop boots for that car. So, is that going to open the door for the number...
Sorry, can I correct myself?
Yeah, please do.
They did change all 4. When the 17 Aston Martin was coming out, it obstructed my view, and I didn't see the change on the right, on the driver's left side of the car. 4 new tyres, not 2.
As now intervention vehicles have gone out to the end of the back straightaway to pick up the debris from that blown tire on the 2 car. There's a huge chunk of bodywork being dragged over to the side of the racetrack. So when a tire delaminates like that, it tends to destroy everything it can touch.
As well, because it threw the bodywork all over the place, and that's what's that's the debris that they're worried about, as much as the tyre debris, I think. But good that they're managing to do this thus far without having to have another code 60 with fewer cars on the track and proper waved yellow flags. Then it should be possible, and they're certainly dealing with it.
Much in the style of the Nürburgring, they are using the intervention vehicles parked on the racing surface to protect the guys who are out there gathering the debris and throwing it off the racetrack.
The Mark Basseng car up at refueling at the moment. He'd done about 45 minutes or so of his stint, so he'll be able to run from now to for another hour and a quarter to fill up his full 2 hours, which will be roughly what the amount of fuel is that they're going to give him. So that'll work out nicely for him. And remember that, of course, I don't know how much we've stressed this, but that 38 car doing the whole 24 hours with just 3 drivers. I think it was John who called it bonkers, but it seems to have worked well for them. And as we heard from Rob Huff earlier on, they want to put René back in the car as soon as possible. And that, not that they want to, but the team chief back in the car on the number 38.
Well, as he says, he's able to turn representative 202s. There's no reason to keep him from getting in the car.
No, absolutely. I agree. Have we noted, by the way, gentlemen, that the AM leader is up to 4th, courtesy of the stop for the Corvette?
No, we did not.
Corvette down to 5th position after what we thought was a double puncture. But the number 19 Mercedes means it's now a Mercedes 234 in the order. So Porsche leads Mercedes and Mercedes, but the same kind of car. Corvette, Ferrari, BMW, Aston Martin, Porsche, Ferrari. That's a nice one, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's
it really is.
Lots of variety still there. But,
and then Lamborghini in 11th.
Absolutely right. We've seen this before, haven't we, though? We've seen kind of the marks come into the ascendancy. We've seen a Porsche moment. We're getting towards a Mercedes moment, aren't we? And I guess at the moment what you've got is that squadron of Benzes actually just massing behind the sole remaining Porsche at the front of that field.
Yeah. Make one mistake and we're going to pounce on you.
Absolutely.
Speaking of that, it looks like that's the 2 and the 20, I believe, going down the back straightaway. Or is that...
what?
No, that can't be. Well...
That was quite odd, wasn't it? Because the Porsche...
If that was the 20...
dragged by it and then just pulled up.
Yeah.
It's in the right sort of area.
They should be both coming out of the top hairpin at the moment, and then we'll see them coming into the...
Are they close together?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
The 20 car pulled up.
So, Hubert Haupt has gotten a lap back on the racetrack.
But more particularly, if that is the 20, if that's the 20, it wasn't anywhere close to full speed.
No.
At that point, after that turn, there it is.
Yep, there he is right there. Is that the 20?
Should be coming up in the next car across the line. There he goes across the line.
Yeah, okay, so that was not the 20.
There goes the 2.
The car that was slowed is coming into the pits right now.
Right.
And it has the same stripe at the front.
Ah, that's they were confused.
Yes.
So they are close together.
That's the 66.
The 20.
The Attempto car.
Yeah, so they are close together, but the 20 is still ahead
Sorry,
of
dear
the
listener.
2 on the racetrack, which makes it a full 3 laps, the gap between them. And the only worry is, and I can't remember who was here, and I have mentioned it before, is this suggestion that Engelhardt made when he was interviewed after his previous stop. Now, he may have just been...
it was reiterated by Adrian Anstutz when he got out of the car.
Okay, which was that the gearbox isn't quite behaving itself.
Yeah, it's occasionally doesn't, occasionally it does, which is sort of, well...
That's the worst.
It's good of them to admit it to you, Bruce. Because if it was my gearbox, I would be saying it was in perfect working order and there was no problems with it at all.
Oh, what, when you got out of the car? Yeah.
Just in case you told somebody else.
Like the entire audience and the entire paddock because we're on PA. Meanwhile, we've got one of the AM cars that's just slightly edged under the 205. It's Jordan Grogol with a 203.259.
Excellent, that's the way to do it.
That's doing it properly, isn't it?
If you're going to use a joker,
do it properly.
Thank you.
And Dragon have been saving them up in any case, haven't they? They've been using them very well. That's 1, 2, 3, I think, for the 888 car.
So we're just looking at what the relative pace now of those three bends is, and it's another one by Jordan Grosjean straight away. He's clearly got it lit. That's a 2:01.5 now, Paul. So I think he's under orders here, isn't he? It's to take the fight to the Lamborghini, and we know the Lamborghini's not got much to play with now.
No, that's right, because he's been using his jokers up. They're both on the same lap. They're separated by just 23 seconds on the track, and just ahead of them, by not very far at all, is the second-place car in A6 AM.
And how many have they got? Is this completely tactical?
The 14 has used 6 of it, so that's the Spirit of the Race 2 car, isn't it?
Not a lot to play with. So if it's what we think it is here, this is absolutely tactical. There's an opportunity with less than 40 seconds the gap to utilise those joker laps to cut that gap to pieces, not just for the Lamborghini ahead, but the Ferrari too.
Yep.
Clever.
So it's a tactic we've seen being played before in the way that the teams are allowed to play jokers, and get your fastest driver in the car, and when the conditions are right, when the track is less busy, then don't even worry about it. Just go as quickly as the car will take you.
Meantime, Christian Engelhardt, the lead of the race, has put in another fastest lap for that car, 2 minutes, .940. Looking to put the pressure on the Mercedes-Benz behind.
Is that 2:01.5 for the 888, another joker?
You were just what we're opining here is that there is less than 40 seconds from second to fourth, and the two cars ahead of the fourth place car have used more of their jokers, a lot more of their jokers. So the game, we think, is that the team has told Jordan Grosjean to get stuck into this. You might as well use them here. You'll get track position.
Well, he only has 2.5 more hours to use them.
There you go.
So
here is an opportunity with track position and presumably where the cars are on the circuit too, where you can do it, and he's done it again. It's another 2:01.4. So that's 2 2:01.4s and 1 2:03.4.
And that's properly using a joker.
That's properly using a joker.
Not a 2:04.8. Go out, and if you're going to do it, go get him. Now, that's not necessarily to the spirit of the joker rule.
It is, however, what the rule book says you can do.
Exactly, but it is to the letter of the
And I think,
joker
as I'm fond of saying, if you don't like the rule, get better rules.
I think it's a great rule.
Oh,
and I think they fully accept that that's one of the available options